came to make an announcement. Shadow the Hedgehog's a bitch-ass motherfucker. He pissed on my fucking wife. That's right. He took his hedgehog fucking Quilly dick out and he pissed on my fucking wife. And he said his dick was this big. And I said that's disgusting. So I'm making a call-out post on my Twitter.com. Shadow the Hedgehog, you got a small dick. It's the size of this walnut, except way smaller. And guess what? Here's what my dog looks like. That's right, baby. All points, no quills, no pillows. Look at that, it looks like two balls in a bong. He fucked my wife, so guess what? I'm gonna fuck the earth. That's right, this is what you get. Mike Super Laser Piss. Except I'm not gonna piss on the earth. I'm gonna go higher. I'm pissing on the moon. How do you like that, Obama? I pissed on the moon, you idiot. Obama is a strong figure to America. I would never say such a thing. No way. I'm gonna welcome to my Twitter. I'm gonna talk my newest album, Crackin' Eggs.
Boys, girls, and MBs of all shapes, sizes, colors, and orientations, welcome to the one and only Alec Gunter stream. My name is Alec Gunter, and I'll be your host this evening, as with every evening that we do this thing. I appreciate everybody being here. Queen Laura, axolotls with cream. Anyone else on the site chat? Looks like that's all there is on the site chat for right now. If you want to be part of, you'll see in a second, the chat over here on the left, you can go to the site chat, alecgunter.com/live. https://www.alecgunter.com/live. That's a great song. I love this song. On the YouTube chat, we got a bunch of people. R. Lancer, Sarah, Ray Reborn, Sydney Blackmore, Val Talks, Atlas, NB Pal, the man with the Plan 5, Wolfie Zaps, Vincent, Sarah, Jack Smith, Beaver Chicken, and Pyro. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome. Lesbian Wolf, welcome in. Good to see you. Good to see you on the left here. Good stuff. I just got back from the gym, but don't get excited because I literally only did squats today. Like, that's it. I warmed up with a 5-minute run on the elliptical, and then I did squats, and then I had to leave. Like, I was toast. I was sweating from top to bottom. I don't know what it is, man. You too, don't use glue traps. I will not. I read what you said. I imagine it's probably not very humane either. So you can't see me? Yeah, I guess you're right. Sweat through? Listen, it's really hard. Like, I'm hitting a wall, man. Like, I want to do it's partly that, like my exhaustion, and it's partly my anxiety. I'm like, I want to leave. I want to do something else. Like, I feel like I'm wasting my time there for some reason. Like, I know I'm not. Like, logically, I know I'm not. But for some reason, like, something is pushing me to do something else. Like, anything else. And I got to get over it. That's part of it. But then the other part of it is, like, I hit a mental wall. And I just can't will myself to do it. It's bizarre. But I'm telling myself not to be too hard on myself, as long as I show up 3 days a week, which I did. You know, I did that not last week, but the week before I showed up 3 days, so that was cool. Last week I only went once. This week I'm gonna go 3 times. 3 times. But yeah, as far as other stuff, I got a small, very small crochet update, but it's big to me. Because this is the current commission I'm working on for you Pokemon fans out there. Pokemon, this is Bronzong, shiny Bronzong. But he looks a little bit bare. He's missing some parts, but I'm working on this. So this is gonna go on the head like this. He is rather chunky. I have to finish this side of it, but once this side is finished, I'm just going to sew her on. And then it'll look like that. And then I need wings. So he's going to have wings stretching from here out to here. I don't know how I'm going to do that yet, but I'll figure it out. He needs a silver ring around here. So I have silver yarn for that. And decoration. I need decoration on the back. It'll be kind of hard to see on here because I picked a really dark green. So it'll be a little hard to see. But he requires the decoration. So he's getting close. He's getting close. A pleasant lad. Thank you. Impressive. Thank you. That's so cool. Do you make vids about crochet? I do not. I've had a few people request it, but since I do mainly politics, I don't think it'll get very many views. And the reason, part of the reason that one's taken me so long is because unlike Gengar, the commissioner requested that it be yarn only yarn. Because with Gengar, I was able to use felt, but the commissioner has an aversion to felt, so. Understandable, but makes it a little bit trickier. But I'm figuring it out. Feels so cool. Thank you. Appreciate that. Appreciate it. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. I feel like I've been so tight lately, like emotionally. Like I gotta loosen up a little bit. I don't know what it is. I feel like it's carried over to my content a little bit. And like I'm taking myself too seriously and I gotta stop. It's Raccoon Day. Hey, let's go. We love our raccoons. You've seemed tense. Part of me is glad that I'm not wrong about that, and another part of me is like, God damn it. I knew it. I've been bad lately because I've been so isolated. You've expressed as much. Laughter and humor helps. That's true. I haven't done a you laugh, you lose in a long time. But like, the thing about my you laugh, you lose is I never lose. So I don't laugh. I just don't laugh. I can control it too well. Cause like, I usually laugh. Like, Smiling Friends makes me laugh every time. But if you were to challenge me to not laugh through an entire episode of Smiling Friends that I've never seen, I could probably do it. Your humor is broken? Yeah. The bone of... not the bone, of course. The other thing. I'm so glad you're streaming tonight. Well, I'm glad that you're watching me stream tonight. You are like Stairs, always up to something. I try to be always up to something. I've been horrible on myself because I keep things off. Are you postponing things? Yeah, I've been procrastinating on the project back here. I've been procrastinating on uploading some debate videos, because I still gotta upload those. I've been like anxious about the last debate that I did because I don't think I did very well. And like, I've been anxious about like doing future debates because of it. So, yeah, just a little bit of a funk. I'll be alright though. Not nearly as bad. Let me tell you guys something. I've never said this before, but you guys are about to get a little trauma dump. So after the Jubilee appearance, right? I was like big into Hassan back then. I watched a lot of Hassan. And so I went on like while he was watching it and was like, oh my God, it's me. Like I'm typing furiously in the chat, you know, like a fucking nerd. And I had a couple of gaffes during it and I felt awful about it. And I kept getting like DMs and stuff about like how bad I did. Some people were saying how good I did, but I got a lot of messages that were like, you know, you did bad. You're an idiot. You look like a clown. And maybe I did a little bit, but I was so hard on myself. I was like full on panic attack. Like it was bad. And since then, I've been told by verifiable sources that it was not that bad. And that, yeah, I had a few moments, but overall it was very good. And I've gotten some constructive criticism on it. But like, I'm just really bad about, like, I'm really hard on myself sometimes and I need to stop. So, also I took a really long break after the whole card posting drama. I took a really long break because a lot of YouTubers were covering that, and I don't know. I felt isolated. I was very isolated. One of the reasons I don't like Hassan / his community. Yeah, they banned me because of a comment that I made. A really stupid comment that I shouldn't have made, and I fully retract. About one of the woman's hair on the show. Because basically the comment was referring to her hair while also saying, like, if she had... I basically said if she had done her hair a different way, she could pass as white. And... listen, that's really not for me to decide, okay? Like, I can't be making those comments. I was trying to make a reference to, like, how people during... like, even during the slave days would pass as white. If they were light-skinned enough, they could do that. But it just came across really bad, and they banned me for that, whatever. I don't really care about getting unbanned, though. It's whatever. It my boy Gunter. It me. It really me. Look, that's me on the screen. I see me. Move on. No need to explain. But I have to. See, that's the thing. I feel like I have to explain myself. Back him up. It's time to cancel. Also, like, Destiny saw that clip of me, like, reviewing it. And that was really embarrassing, so... I don't know. Anyway. I'm doing pretty good today, though. I've been playing a lot of Supermarket Simulator. I'll show you guys real quick. Just so I can keep getting warmed up before we do segments. Because we do have some seggies to do. We got some seggies. I got some seggies lined up for you. Yeah, I'm not a big Destiny fan either, but for some reason... watching, like, for some reason he, like... What the fuck? It's not responding. What? Come on. It feels like when you're trying to explain why you did something uncalled for, you always have to justify it to make yourself feel better. Exactly. I don't trust anything D. Steiny says. Exactly. I don't want people to be mad at you, me. I'm a very much a people pleaser, and that's a problem, and I need to stop. But here's my market. For those who haven't seen it yet. I think I'm giving up on the game, though, for now, until it updates. Because my market is crazy right now. I got so many products. Look at these boys stocking. Look at them go. But the thing is, right? After every day now, you just have to stock up on a ton of shit. So, like, I'll go over here. I'll buy, like, 10 of these, 10 of these, 10 of these, 6 of these, 10 of these, 10 of these. And then it's all, like, just piled up out here, right? Absolutely piled up. And the stalkers cannot get it into the storage room fast enough. And so I have to help them. So I'll spend an entire in-game day helping them because I don't need to do the cashier anymore. But helping the stalkers stock is, like, insanely boring. So all I do now is, like, buy shit, help them stock, and then watch as customers go through. That's all I do. I can't hire more stalkers. I can only have 4. If I could hire more, I would. Do you let them unionize? Fuck no. Is there any government in this game, or is it ANCAP? So far, I have not been... I have not had the police show up accusing me of worker... well, first of all, worker discrimination, because all of my guys are white. So that's a problem. But you know what? Whatever. Second off, I haven't been... actually, are they white? I guess... I mean, the cashiers definitely are. Not sure about the stalkers. They could be something else. But anyway. From what I've seen, I do not have any... I've not gotten in trouble by any government yet. And because I have not gotten in any trouble yet, I assume there's no government at all. So... Because I literally stock eggs and milk on the shelves in here. Like, milk is up here, and it just sits here for days until I... Like, there could be a thing of milk that's been sitting here since the beginning, practically, and I just shove it in the fridge. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, just put it in the fridge. It'll be fine. If it was ANCAP, the Mafia would have come in and take your store already. That's true. If it were... This is libertarian, right? This is, like, corporate libertarian. But if it were ANCAP, then I would have had... Like, I would need weapons and shit. You're right. I would need somebody to... I would need, like, a crew protecting my shit. But soon the game is going to update. Look. The game's going to update, so you're going to have moving items without boxes, door interactions. My most exciting thing, though... Oh, cleaning you'll have to do. The most exciting thing, though, is shoplifters and security guards. You'll get shoplifters. People... I've had one shoplifter already. It was an in-game glitch, but they, like, picked up a cereal box and then changed their mind. But they were holding the box of cereal and went around to get other shit. Never checked... Like, the box of cereal was just sitting in their hand while they checked out. And they never paid for it. And then they walked out with a free box of cereal. And I'm like, what the fuck? So anyway, it's going to have shoplifters, security guards, expiration dates, putting items on sale to attract more customers. But I can't wait for the security guards, because I'm going to get those fucking shoplifters. Let me tell you something, okay? You think that... you see, I'm like a progressive guy in real life, but in-game, no limits, okay? They'll all be jailed. I will give them the max... I'll give them the death penalty in-game. That's how hard I'll go on the shoplifters. Infinite serial glitch. There actually is... Here, let me show you. There's a glitch you can still do. Which I haven't done because I've been very faithful to the game, but there is a glitch you can do. So you can hold this, box it up, place. Now, if you quit... Oh, no, not new game. Shit. Oh, no, maybe they did fix it. There used to be an infinite cashier glitch. But they must have fixed it. I gotta realign this. That's good. The repeating register glitch, yeah. Used to be a thing. Not anymore. I watched a guy play through the whole game, but like he used mods to get through it. Because getting through the game without mods is like insane. This is a good game. It's okay. I think it's really fun at first, and then you quit. I loved it so much that I wrote a Steam review for it. So here, I'll pull it up. This is the first time I've ever written a Steam review. At least this is just a game and not real life. It's really disgusting how I've seen people talk about shoplifters and justify police brutality and jail on them. Yeah, if I see shoplifters, no I don't. Where's the reviews? Like, even if somebody's stealing like a fucking TV or something, I don't care. Like, it's not... It doesn't do anything for me to stop them. Certainly not like baby formula. Like, if you're shoplifting baby formula, no the fuck you aren't. You're feeding your kid. I do advocate for shoplifting in some circumstances. Where is it? I need... Here it is. So I said, fun game, especially at first. You start off by yourself with your dinky little shoebox of a market with one shelf and a small loan. Then slowly start building your way up to Walmart status, complete with cashiers and shelf stockers. I've poured countless hours into the game and I've upgraded the store substantially. You're even able to personalize it with customizable wall paint and floor paneling, which has been really fun to mess around with. Being that the game is early access, it obviously still has a ways to go before being a fully polished game. That said, here are my critiques. I said the cashiers are too slow. If they were even a click faster, it would help immensely. I said stalkers are great at first, but around mid-game there simply aren't enough of them. I said I have to manually check the storage room after each and every day to ensure we have enough supplies for the entire day, which isn't a huge problem at first, but it becomes one mid-game. And then after playing the game too long, there's just nothing to do. And those are my critiques. I wrote a much longer review, but I won't read all of it. I feel like I've spent too much time on this game already. You're fighting to protect a big business with the anti-shoplifting shit. Even if it's... Okay, you should not shoplift from small businesses, small stores. You shouldn't do that. But if it's like your only source of food for your kid, then yeah, you're gonna do that. Oopsie, didn't mean to steal this 65-inch Sony Smart TV with AI integration from ChatGPT. I once saw someone steal a whole shopping cart full of stuff. Most stores I go to, they don't have those little plastic things you carry your groceries in because they blame shoplifters. They can just make the shopping experience worse and then blame shoplifters. Yeah, agreed. Agreed. Thank you for the boost. Appreciate that. Okay. Who wants juice? Who wants the juice? I gotta get my headphones on for the juice. There we go. We gotta get to the juice. Speaking of retail madness, no, I guess not retail, but corporate madness would be the more proper word. As the title says, we have to go over some really hellish shit.
You're
I caught this on Majority Report today. So I'm not a guy who... I used to cover more news than I do now, to be honest with you guys. I haven't done a whole lot of coverage of Hurricane Helene, and I probably won't, just because, like, I like the React game. It's my bread and butter. I've kind of fallen into it, and that's where I excel. And I'm going to do another React here for you, but it also leads into some news stuff. Because this is an interview with an Impact Plastics employee who speaks out about flooding in Unicoi County. Unicoi County was one of the counties that was obviously, I don't know where it is, which state it's in, but it was bombarded by the hurricane and flooded, and this guy is going to talk about... Now, I've already seen some of this. I was watching it on the Majority Report. And so he's going to talk about his experience working during the hurricane. Yes, they forced this man and others to work during the hurricane, and some of them did die. He was one of the survivors. So let's take a look at what he has to say.
all right. You're recording. First, if you'll say and spell your name so I get that right.
It's Robert, R-O-B-E-R-T, Jarvis, J-A-R-V as in Victor, I-S.
So when you have you seen the statement that the plastic company sent out? When you saw that, what's your first thought?
It was anger, hurt, it was lies.
I have not actually seen the statement. Let me see. Plastic. Impact Plastics. Statement. Okay, here's... Ugh, fuck me, dude. Here we go. Thank you, Reddit. You know, I shit on Reddit a lot, but sometimes it comes in clutch. Okay, well, I guess I'll have to do this then. Here we go. Impact Plastics expresses heartfelt sympathy to employees who went missing or perished during Irwin flood. The senior management team of Impact Plastics Incorporated of Irwin, Tennessee expresses sympathy for the missing and deceased employees and one contractor during the historic and devastating floods at its facility on Friday, September 27th. We are devastated by the tragic loss of a great employee, said Gerald O'Connor, who founded the company in Irwin in 1987. Those who are missing or deceased and their families are in our thoughts and prayers. Thoughts and prayers, everybody. Thoughts and prayers. Thoughts and prayers. Impact Plastics is located, blah, blah, blah. On the morning of September 27th, rainfall had been intense in the previous night, but subsided as the morning went on. The company continued to monitor weather conditions. When water began to cover the parking lot and the adjacent service road, and the plant lost power, employees were dismissed by management to return to their homes in time for them to escape the industrial park. At no time were employees told that they would be fired if they left the facility. For employees who were non-English speaking, bilingual employees were among the groups of managers who delivered the message. While most employees left immediately, some remained on or near the premises for unknown reasons. Oh, they just, that's what I would do personally. I would just stay there, That's what I would do. Senior management and assistants remained to oversee employee departures, assess damage, and preserve company records. They were the last to exit the building. As flooding escalated, some employees left the industrial park using a truck owned by a neighboring company and driven by a driver employed by the company. Others departed by the CSX railroad track behind the facility due to the high waters of the front door and coming into the building. Due to the quickly rising water, the truck tipped over and 5 employees and a contractor aboard the truck went missing. 5 others who were also on the truck when it tipped over made it to safety and were later evacuated. Those who departed by the railroad tracks were offered assistance from employees of an adjacent company, making it to safety. Senior management sought emergency responders to attempt further rescue of employees. A National Guard helicopter was subsequently dispatched that rescued 5 employees who were airlifted to safety. So, from my understanding, some of this is just lies. Like, it's like, oh, they just, were there they were just there. They didn't go anywhere for some reason, right? Yeah, exactly, Davini. They waited until after the flooding actually started before they started letting people leave. And this guy will go over it some more. So let's say what he has to say. He saw the statement.
Just frustration.
Had some lies in it.
What really happened that day?
We were all working, and the power went out, and I got a text right when the power went out from another employee saying that the parking lot was flooded. I started walking up towards the break room. That's where you walk out to the parking lot, and I seen the parking lot flooded, and I was like, what do I do? And I told me move my car. They said move my car. So I moved my car to higher ground, which it was still in water. There wasn't.
So this seems to contradict what the statement was saying. The statement was saying, well, when the flooding started, we let them go, of course. But no, the flooding is already starting, and they're telling people to move their cars. Just move your car, bro. It's fine. It's all good.
No.
Just go move it.
At all. Dry ground in that parking lot. I got out. I said, can we leave?
I would have bolted.
And the woman said, no, not until I speak with Jim.
And it's easy for me to sit here and say that I would have bolted because I don't work in the conditions that these people do, and like I don't have their lives. Like, that's your livelihood. Like, that's how you make your money to live day to day. If you get fired, then you're fucked, So I sit here and say I would have bolted, but like, getting fired is really serious. Obviously not as serious as losing your life, but like, it could be. Like, that's your livelihood.
Jerry. About 10 minutes later, she came back and said, y'all can leave. It was too late. We had one way in, one way out. And when they told us we could leave, the one way out was blocked off. So we were stuck in traffic on that road, waiting to see what we were gonna do, because everybody knew it was just one way. And then we turned around, we all finally got turned around, and some people going up this big old train road, 4-wheel drive were getting up there barely, and people were getting stuck trying to get up there. So they sent us down, so some of the other employees from another company sent us down. They said they cut open the fence on 26, so we went down there. And as we were trying to go down there,
you never reached this point.
I lost my car and started floating down the river. Well, we didn't know what to do. We were in panic mode. So the water was coming up, we did what we had to survive. It was a guy in a 4x4 came, picked a bunch of us up and saved our lives. Or we'd
imagine finding yourself in a floating car because your boss wouldn't let you leave. Oh, God.
been dead too.
What does that feel like now to be, you know, one of the few, I guess, few that made it out? I don't know how many.
It hurts. It hurts knowing that they didn't make it and I did. I don't know.
Lawsuit.
I mean, it just
It is. It's
doesn't
horrifying.
seem fair to me that they didn't make it.
What would you say to the company?
Why'd you make us work that day? Why? We shouldn't have worked.
You know what's funny is I actually was about to tweet a joke, and I didn't end up tweeting it, but it was a joke about like, oh, you know, gotta head into work today, even though there's literally a hurricane outside the window. Still gotta head. Your boss still tells you gotta go to work, or else if you don't find a replacement, then you're fired. I was gonna joke about that, but of course it actually happened because we live in hell. So you know.
We shouldn't have been there. None of us should have been there. And that's what I should have said to him. Why did you make us work when you knew you were taking a statement, you were monitoring it? Why did you make us stay and work?
This video is enough to radicalize you. Swear to God.
Is there anything else which you want?
I mean, when they told us we could leave, it was just too late. I mean, there was no way out. Some people made it out with four-wheel drives, but if you didn't have four-wheel drive, or if you were stuck in that line I was stuck in, it was too late. Because, I mean, like I said, my car got washed down the river, down the road, actually, and just, they should have never made us go into work that day. And it breaks my heart for them people that we lost. They were good. Every one of them were good people. I work with them every day. And we were like family. We cut up, we joked there. And it broke my heart to see that they died and that they didn't make it. All because of greed, I think.
True.
Do you know how many people are gone?
6 from impact plastics.
6 deaths.
We lost 6 people. And that was all on first shift.
I think that's enough for TV unless you wanted to. I
No.
appreciate.
Well, there you have it. I don't have a whole lot of intelligent commentary to add to this, except this is not an isolated incident. As people in my audience probably already know, corporate greed, it rots you down to the bone, man. It rots society down to the bone. I mean, being forced to work during a natural disaster, it's comical. This would be like unbelievable if you were to see it in a movie. You know what I mean? Like this is kind of how I judge how ridiculous something is if I saw this in a movie, would I even believe the plot? And no, I don't think I would. I think it would be too ridiculous for me to force people to work during a hurricane. Can you link that video in chat? Yeah, sure. Let me just here actually, yeah. There we go. But yeah, show this to your relatives, show this to your, you know, your liberal friends who haven't fully taken the left pill yet, the socialist pill, or perhaps the union pill, because, you know, having some union regulations probably would have helped here. I don't know if they're unionized, but my guess is that they weren't. So, just very sad situation, should not have happened, and fuck capitalism, and fuck impact plastics. Fuck those people. 6 people are dead because of impact plastics. It's just disgusting, man. I thought we were all anti-union here. Yeah, true. That's pretty true. Okay, well, that was fun. People are going to also say that, like, this is an isolated incident, but no, this is just how capitalism works. Like, this is not one bad egg. This is greed. Corporate greed. Yeah, Lady Nova, I agree. All right, what do we got next? Guess I should do the crazy parents. Let me get this ready. Why the fuck does Twitter do this thing where it, like, I click on something in my bookmarks and then it refreshes the page and I'm still on my bookmarks, but it put the thing I clicked on to the right, and I hate that. Like, it puts it to the right of the screen for some reason. Can't stand that, man. Okay. So we've talked about parenting on this show before. A couple of times, I think. At least once that I remember. The Matt Walsh parenting video. And, you know, I kind of gave my views on parenting. I think that, in general, there are a lot of bad ideas about parenting in the modern day. Like, there are still people spanking their kids, for instance, and I think that's an outdated, antiquated practice that we need to get rid of. Because spanking has shown to do nothing except... make things worse for kids. It makes their mental health worse. It can even make their physical health worse if you do it hard enough. Or I just consider it hitting your kid. Like, you can call it spanking all you want, but like, you are just physically abusing your child if you do that. And studies have shown that it does not help at all, except to teach them violence, and you know, and to fear their parents. I don't think kids should fear their parents. I think that's bad. Speaking of fearing your parents, this isn't going to be about spanking, but, and also I do want to give a content warning real quick. It's not going to be like terrible, but there is going to be, one of the things we're going over is a simulated kidnapping, just to give you an idea of what's coming. So if that's not your thing, if you have trauma with that, click away. All right, first thing we're going to go over is this video, though. My daughter cut her second period math class with two of her friends. I got to mute this because there's music that I cannot play for copyright. So let's see what this dad does in response to his daughter cutting math class with two of her friends. I muted this, thank you. So this is his daughter's room. He appears to be clearing it out. I decided for her punishment I would turn her room into her own personal jail cell. Very cool, very normal. The fact that she even trying to test me is crazy, because Lord knows I tried, but now I gotta get diabolical. I can be the very cool dad, or I can be the very See, you know that he's a cool dad because he spelled cool with a K. Okay? You don't do cool things if you spell cool with a K. You know what I mean? If you don't spell cool with a K, like that's how you know is that he spelled it that way. Or I can be the very crazy dad in crazy way. Well, he's right about that part. I took everything from her, literally everything. Skip math class? Well, guess I'm taking all of your everything. Now you have nothing left. Yeah, content farming, you're punishing your daughter. There's more like having to wear this one outfit to wear, spelled incorrectly, this one outfit for the next 2 days, including a shirt that says, I skipped math class. So humiliation, very nice. I wonder if this man is considered just asking his daughter why he skipped math class and having a heart-to-heart with her. You know? I wonder if he's considered just... You know, I know that it's not always easy, and it's not going to fix the problem immediately, but this certainly is not going to fix your problem, okay? It's just not. It'll make your kids hate you. So she gets a t-shirt that says I skipped math class with Crocs. And then, of course, you get the daughter's reaction, which we're not going to watch because why would I? I am not interested. I actually prefer not to see children suffering. Thank you. All right. So yeah, 0 out of 10 for that one. Definitely would not do. Yeah, parent your children. Don't fucking put them in a jail cell. You had to end up in a retirement home, true. He probably thinks talking to his daughter will make him soft. No, it's... I don't know what it is. It's definitely a trauma cycle thing. Like he was abused as a kid, and so now he's abusing his kids. But that doesn't excuse it, right? That's just an explanation for why he thinks it's okay to fuck up his kids. Which I'm assuming that, you know, he could have had a fine childhood, but that's my guess. Because that's how most abuse happens, is in a cycle. I wonder why kids are skipping class. Yeah, it would be nice to know, right? Maybe go to the school board and be like, hey, you know, my kids are skipping class. Maybe we can make things more interesting for them. Or like go to the school first and just see what's up, you know, like see what's up with the math class. Like if it's too hard for your daughter, maybe sit down and do math with your daughter, explain why it's important to graduate high school. You know, like kids aren't stupid, especially not a kid as old as her, because if you saw at the end, she's like, what, 16 probably? Yeah, she looks to be like 16, 17, right? So like, you know, they're not stupid at that age. They're just rebellious. So convince them that, you know, rebelling like that is just going to end up with them not succeeding. Like it's bad. It's bad for you. Right? Now, if you thought that was bad, I have another one for you. Typically, I like to do these things in threes, but unfortunately, I only have 2 of them for you. So this is the second one I have, and this is the one that I gave you a content warning for. So click away now if you haven't already. It's if you have trauma to do with kidnapping. Parents pretend to kidnap daughter to teach her a lesson about getting into a car with strangers. Let's see what's going. This isn't even a punishment. This is just teaching your kid a lesson, apparently. So let's see what's going on here. You've been warned.
Jenna, stop! It's your mother and father! Jenna, look, turn around.
So as you can see, she was being dragged into the car by her parents. She had a black bag put over her head of some sort. You know, thankfully they're blurring the kids. But the parents were sitting in the car, literally like kidnapping your own kids and traumatizing them, right? And then the parents are like, oh my God, don't worry, it's just us, right?
Turn around. Turn around. How could you dare go into a stranger's car?
Okay, so this is a punishment. So she got into a stranger's car, presumably, and this is the punishment.
What are you thinking?
Oh, wait, no. So, by the way, this guy looks an awful lot like Ben Shapiro, I must say. Okay, so it seems like they set her up. They set her up. Like they didn't kidnap her from her house. She like, sorry, I misunderstood this. So they drove somewhere that she was, and he acted like a stranger or something. I really don't know. I don't know. It's entrapment. Yeah, exactly. That's literally child abuse and gaslighting. Oh, it's beyond child abuse. This will forever give her trauma. You can explain what will happen without actually simulating it. Because the thing is, if you actually simulate it, you are actually giving your child trauma now. Okay? Just tell your child, don't get into a stranger's car. Don't do that.
Just explain.
Give me your phone right now. Give me your phone now.
What
Oh,
would have
great.
happened
Cool.
If you came out
Ripping the phone out of her hand. Very nice move.
and it wasn't us sitting back here, and there were really crazy people back here.
Well, there are crazy people back there. So.
Never would have saw you again.
So yeah, that's cool. I don't know why did they blur the dad's face? So this is the stranger supposedly, but apparently a friend of these guys. This is the dad's face. Why are they blurring him? He doesn't deserve to be blurred. Put him on blast. He's part of this shit show. So yeah, there were crazy people in the back. It just happened to be her parents. And I saw these two things in close proximity to each other, and I just thought it was really interesting that people parent their kids like this. It's insane to me. If you want to be good parents, just sit down with your kids and talk with them sometimes. You know, make sure that the things are going okay in their lives. Make sure they're satisfied and happy and whatever. You know, like I acted up when I was a kid, and whenever my dad would actually sit down and explain things to me and talk to me, that's when I would change my behaviors. It was when my dad or my mom didn't do a whole lot of that, unfortunately. But whenever they would, you know, they never pulled shit like this, but whenever they would spank me or ground me or anything like that, like, it just never really worked to change the behavior. Like, it didn't work. You know, it didn't instill in me the proper change of behavior. You know, and so I see stuff like this, and this is just like like some of this stuff is just normalized. There are people in the comments who think this is perfectly acceptable. Most are saying this is overboard. Never trust them again. And that's how you make sure your kid gets into the van, is to get away from your parents. Okay, well then, I guess I was wrong. Maybe most people are, most people seem to not like this one. I don't see why, here, this one's good. I don't see why you guys are all negative. I was just getting ready to teach my kids not to take drugs by lacing their morning vitamins with fentanyl. Because if they can't even trust their parents, they'll never trust anyone for the rest of their lives, and that's good, right? Yeah. So, there are better ways to teach your kids the lesson to not get into a stranger's car, is my point. Be normal parents, please. Just talk to your kids and instill in them values via word of mouth rather than literally kidnapping them. That would be bad. Yeah, how to make your child afraid of you. Some parents literally want their children to be afraid of them, though. It's really freak shit. Honestly. Yeah, the word God is censored. I don't control that. That's just a site default. I think it's because it shows up on YouTube's, like the site is catered around YouTube streaming. And so if you say, like, I guess YouTube it picks up, like, on their ad limiting thing. So it's just, I don't know. That's my assumption. I've never actually asked. Yeah, they really just like having power over others. Good point. Okay. That's 2. Ooh, this was a content suggestion. I want to watch this one next. Okay, gonna take a quick break. We'll be right back with a content suggestion. We got more reacts to do. We got more seggies. So stay tuned. We got more juice for you. Just be patient. I know you're thirsty little piggies for the juice. Okay? Bear with me. I'll be right back. Okay. I would get into a van with a bear driving it. Nice. Yeah. I never did do the bear versus man thing. I never did cover that. I kind of wish I had. I think that was during my, like, siesta. My extended siesta. I thought Alec didn't have a Twitch. I don't. Well, I do. Oh, if you're talking about chat, hold on. Are you talking about the chat on the screen? Because chat on screen is coming from my site, alecgunter.com/live. https://alecgunter www.alecgunter.com/live. As the kids are saying. I wish that I could put... I mean, I can put... Here's the thing. I want to put more... I want to fix the... the commands on YouTube. Let me see if I can do that real quick. Oh, I misspelled stream elements. There we go. Let me see if I can fix this real quick. I really need to add more music too. Chatbot, chat commands. See, like, I have commands on here, but it never works. And I don't know why. Oh, you know what it probably is? Wait. Oh, I know why it is. It's because I never modded the bot. Right? I have to make the bot a moderator. I think that's what it is. Hold on. Let me see something. Hold on. Settings, community. Yeah, so Streamlabs is a moderator, but not Stream Elements. Let me make sure I got the right one.
We're here at Twitch.
All right, Stream Elements. Shit, I just took somebody off. Ah. Okay. I'm just nervous because there's several Stream Elements accounts.
How's it going? Are we hyped for our Midwestern Funkle to debate with the basement-dwelling, uncharismatic weirdo?
I think it's fine. Okay, let's try it now. Thank you very much, Muster, for the tier 1 sub. Yes, I am very hyped for it. I can't wait. It's going to be great. I think that Tim Walz is going to blow JD Vance out of the water. I really think he's going to do well. Okay, well that didn't work. Hey, it works. Wait, it works. There we go. Hey, finally. Finally. Okay. Let's go. Now you can type exclamation site. Okay, I finally fixed it. Okay, we got more juice to do. Transitioning could have saved her. I was told by somebody in a very angry YouTube comment to not say that anymore. What are the opinions on that? Because I think it's fine, personally. I don't care. Like, saying about a guy, like, transitioning could have saved her. What's this song from? That is from Zelda, I believe. What's it called? Malo Mart. M-A-L-O Mart. From Zelda Twilight Princess. It didn't work. Hey, No Justice. Welcome. Just in time. Let's go. Thank you so much for raiding. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Welcome to all the No Justice peeps. Now would be a great time to show once again my website. If you type exclamation site, you'll be able to be transported over to the site and make an account. Oh yeah, we were just talking about whether or not it's fine to say, like, transitioning could have saved her. I think it's fine, personally. I don't really care. But anyway, perfect time to shill the site. Perfect time to shill my shop, which I don't have a command for, but I can make one real quick. Stream. Elements, dashboard. No wonder it never worked. Add new command, shop. .com/shop/Gunter Garage. Now it should work. It doesn't work? It works for me. Why does it work for me?
Shadow the Hedgehog's a bitch-ass motherfucker. You pissed on my fucking wife. That's right. He took his hedgehog fucking quilly dick out and he pissed on my...
It's working for me. I don't know why it's not working for other people.
And I said that's disgusting. So I'm making a call-out post on my Twitter.com. Shadow the Hedgehog, you got a small dick. It's the size of...
Oh, you bitch. I thought you were being serious.
my dog looks like. That's right, baby.
Sing. I don't think sing is a real command. Anyway, perfect time to show my shop. And also ask you to give me your money. In the form of subscriptions, tips, anything that you can afford. Obviously, don't put yourself out. But let me pull up my shop real quick. Etsy.com/shop/Gunter Grabs. We got all kinds of great stuff, all kinds of goodies. It's a short list, honestly. But we got coasters. I just made a coaster. It was an Ace coaster that I forgot to take a picture of. Stickers, stress balls. We got these little dudes. Very fun. Okay, these are burning a hole in my chair. I gotta get rid of these. So we still have all the colors available for 30 bucks only. $29.99. We got Voltorb, Jigglypuff, and keychains. You can get a keychain. Come get it now. Oh, greatly appreciate it. Trump would make an excellent Valley Girl if he wasn't racist. He'd make an excellent... Actually, I can't think of anything that he would make an excellent thing of. He's good at talking. He does a lot of people talking. I get paid on the 10th and I'm going to spend it all on merch. Nice. That reminds me, I got to get back to somebody because they asked for a commission of Haunter from Pokemon. A crocheted Haunter doll. And I think I'm going to take them on. I want to try Haunter. I want to try it. TV show host? Got it. Okay. Let's not leave our new guests waiting. We have Juice. We have Juice to cover. So let's start, shall we? Well, let's continue, actually. We've been covering Juice. Okay, so this was a content suggestion in the Discord server. Sorry. If you would like to leave content suggestions for me in the Discord server, you can do so in the Discord server. If you follow the link to the Discord server in the description below, or if you're here with me in site chat, you can now type exclamation site, or not exclamation site. That takes you to my website. Exclamation Discord, and that takes you to my Discord server. Very easy to join. Just come in, accept the rules, and then drop your content suggestions in the proper channel. Today's content suggestion: Satan makes it hard to be a Christian on YouTube, from Scarlet. Now, usually I try to avoid channels with smaller view counts than I have or smaller subscribers, but you know what? I've kind of decided lately, they put the content out there for people to watch. I am a person I'm a people, right? That is, you know, that it could show up on anybody's feed at any time. So you put it up here. I'm going to review it because I feel like it, and obviously don't go and bully these people or harass them or anything. But short of that, I don't really care that much. So here we go. We're going to see why Satan is making it hard to be a Christian on YouTube. Which, if that's true, by the way, big if true. But if so, hail Satan, right? We love that. Hail Satan. Or is it that? Sorry, I always get the the sign wrong. Hail Satan. We love our Satan here. Let's get right into it.
Maybe you've heard, it's hard to be a Christian. Why is it so
I'm hearing this all the time.
hard? That's what we're going to look at again today. Hi, my name is Scarlet, and I'm an atheist and skeptic, and recently...
Oh, wait, you're an atheist? Wait, what? Hold on. I thought this was going to be a Christian. Hold up. Now I gotta see something. I should have done a little sleuthing first. An atheist, skeptic, college professor, lover of books. Okay, well now I feel stupid. Stop recording. Stop! Stop. This is the wrong way to use the content suggestions channel. I need juice. I got bamboozled. Stop everything. We'll find something else in the content suggestions. Yeah, if it's somebody I already agree with, I don't want to, like, cover them and then... Like, that's content theft at that point. Here, we'll try this guy. We're switching gears. So it was recommended to me to look at this person from the Discord server. If you would like to leave a content suggestion for me in the Discord server, all you have to do is go to the Discord server, which you can do if you're in chat right now by typing !Discord. Or if you're not in chat right now and you're watching this on YouTube after the fact, first of all, hello. Second of all, say thanks to Dubsy because they're the ones who make the content that you love out of the raws from the live feed, right? Third of all, go to the description below and find the Discord channel, the Discord server, and in the proper channel, content suggestions, you can leave your suggestions there as well. Today, we'll be looking at this person named Curly Boy Chuck. We'll read a little bit about them in their description. I don't care about cancel culture. I'm on a mission to spread awareness and truth. If I offend you, good. It means I'm not affirming you and instead challenging you to think deeper. Stay tuned for a full rehaul of this channel. Ooh, I can't wait for that. So we have Curly Boy Chuck here, apparently pretty transphobic, trans-identifying male. Of course, that means a trans woman in their language. Went over the Charlie Kirk thing. Although from what I saw, Charlie Kirk did well at some parts and very not well at others, so I don't know. I haven't decided which video to cover yet, though. I don't know if I'm going to do liberal man has meltdown over a MAGA hat, or if I'm going to do trans-identifying male has epic meltdown. What does chat think? Because those are the two that I'm thinking about. I'm kind of a toss-up right now. He's a curly boy. He is a curly boy. It's true. How does he get... Okay. While you guys are deciding which video we watch, he has 253,000 subscribers. And fewer views than I get on his videos, except for this one, 40K. But like these are, I'll even go as far to say they're about my views. Okay, I'll be charitable and say they're about my view count. Liberal man, trans one. Sub betting, maybe. Yeah, paid subs, possibly. Trans one. Man, I can't decide. Here, we'll do a, I have this ready for a reason. Trans woman meltdown or MAGA hat. Oh wait, I did this wrong. Okay. Ready to spin. Trans woman meltdown it is. Let's go. Okay. I think that's fair. Here we go. Trans-identifying male, aka trans woman, has an epic meltdown. Let's see what this is all about.
My face now.
Oh,
now.
That was very rude of you.
Get the fuck out of my face.
Do you want it?
Okay, first of all, we're doing some heavy... This is already poisoning the well, of course. We're doing some heavy editing here, and I don't have any context for why this is occurring.
I go to jail.
Whew. Hey guys, welcome back to my channel. As you saw from that intro, today's video is going to be a crazy one. So I was scrolling through Instagram the other day and I came across
very
this
odd editing
video,
choice,
which
yeah.
almost made me spit out my water as I was drinking it, because what in the world did I just watch? And I figured if I gotta be tortured, so do you. So today we're gonna watch this very quick video together.
Well, I am going to be tortured, that's for sure.
Of a trans-identifying man showing just how ladylike he is when things don't go his way.
See, it's funny because trans women are, and trans people in general, but especially I've seen trans women, are always held to such a higher standard. It's like if you don't act or behave perfectly, you're just not considered a woman anymore. They don't ever do this for Karens. Like, we still call Karens women. Like, what about Karen freakouts? You know? Dubsy, throw one up on the screen right now. There you go. See, there's a Karen freakout. Those in chat, get over it. You guys know what I'm talking about. But we still call them women, is my point.
Seems to be a common theme.
We don't say they're not being ladylike.
Sit back, relax, grab some Coca-Cola, grab some popcorn,
and
let's watch this disaster together. All right. Let the disaster
Big K brand
begin.
cherry cola.
And by the way, there is
Kroger.
a lot of profanity from this person, so I'm gonna do my
Not
best
profanity.
to try and edit so that way you guys don't have to hear a bunch of F-bombs. So you probably will hear a lot of bleeps. I'm doing that as a courtesy.
Shut the fuck up. We know what the bleeps mean. Just get on with the video.
To people who don't like profanity, so just bear with me.
Out of my face now.
Oh,
now.
That was very rude of you.
Get the
So that already we have zero context for what's happening now.
out of my face.
Do you want to go to jail? Sir, ma'am, I don't really know what to call you. You're
I'm done, man. I'm done. The f***ing police, you just insulted me.
Well, listen here, pal. I mean, you are gonna go to jail.
So who is this guy? There's like no name attached to it or anything. Does anybody have the source video for this?
You can tell the police to get you.
I'm vegan, so don't say that. Listen.
Stop me, He-Man. You really get the f*** out of my way right now.
Okay, yeah, we'll do that.
You do not have a release. I will sue you.
You're gonna sue him? Don't sue him, man, because we're trying to
I don't have a. You do not have a release. If you f***ing post this, I will destroy you. I will destroy you.
I hate
Just keep
to say
going
that.
on. I got my crew with me.
Honestly, I mean, I have two opinions on this. One, clearly this is not the best way to react to a situation such as this. If somebody's trying to film you in public and you don't want to be filmed, cover your face and walk away, right? My second thing is trans women, like I say this all the time, trans women have had it so bad for so long that sometimes this shit just like gets to you, you know? I have sympathy for her, seriously. I don't know who these people are, but they seem to be not very friendly towards her. They keep calling her pal, which is usually male-coded. And, yeah, I wish I could read their microphone so I could see who it is. I don't know. We'll see.
Now, I got my crew. Yeah!
Yeah, it seems like she was already being harassed.
What's up? Woo!
They're also really annoying.
Who's next?
Does anybody recognize the symbol on their microphone? Does anybody recognize that? If anybody has the original video, I'd love to see it. One trans woman versus the 4 most annoying white men you've ever seen. Who would win? Yep. It's like 5 pixels. Listen! Sometimes that's enough, okay? Yes, it's very blurred, but sometimes that's enough. There's zero context as to what's happening here. We're just being shown that she's just having a meltdown. We don't even know why.
Who's next?
Yeah, a lot of rage and trauma.
You know, every time I see videos like this, it always kind of cracks me up because
I have no
these trans
context.
identifying men who are biological males wanting to be women, every time they get upset, we see this type of reaction. I've seen this reaction multiple times on social media, whether it be in a store.
Source, I would love to see the studies that you have on trans women melting down like this, you know? Like, it's just anecdotes, right? It's just like 1 or 2 videos of this person has seen, maybe like 5 that they've seen of trans women melting down, which of course is going to happen when you have a transphobic society as that this person is contributing to.
Whether it be
So
with
that's
Ben
cool.
Shapiro,
Thank you.
whether it be out and about in front of a school.
Oh, wait. Wait, are you actually going to show this one? This one's hilarious.
Genetics or
Well, no,
what
no.
are your genetics?
So I'd stay away from the genetics and back to the brain scans.
You cut that out now, or you'll go home in an ambulance.
Yeah, that seems mildly inappropriate for a political discussion.
Sorry, she was slaying there. I'm sorry. She was slaying there.
Being transphobic, Karen. Now get out. Call me transphobic. You are transphobic. Now get out.
It's like,
Hey, if you're being transphobic in the workplace, especially a Starbucks of all fucking places, like, yeah, get out. I mean, I think this is a Starbucks. It looks like it. Yeah, you're going to be kicked out. Sorry.
Call me transphobic. You are transphobic. Now
Don't call me transphobic, bruv. I was only saying that you're a man. When you're clearly trying to identify as a woman, but that's not transphobic, bruv. It's Tuesday.
like, you can't just threaten people because you're upset with them or because they misgendered you. That's not how society works.
That is literally how society has always worked. Have you ever misgendered a cis person? Go ahead. Go try it one day. Go find a loosely androgynous person and call them, like, but you can still tell what their gender is, and call them the wrong gender. Call them by the wrong gender. They get pissed. All right, I've done this like 3 times before that I remember. They get absolutely pissed. They frothed at the mouth, okay? Yeah, this is exactly how society works. And then you correct, like, most trans people are fine, okay? They're fine if you misgender them the first time. Like, that's usually not a big deal to them, at least externally. Maybe internally it causes them some stress, which is understandable. But from my experience, you misgender somebody, you just correct yourself and move on. Okay, this is what I always say. Like, if you walk up to somebody and say, hello, sir, and they correct you to ma'am, And you're like, well, actually, I clocked you as a man, so therefore, I'm going to continue calling you man. Like, that's stupid. That you're being the weird and abnormal one. Yeah, you can't provoke people into a reaction and claim innocence, exactly.
Unfortunately for you, it's not how it works. And also, if you're trying to
provoking
convey
people.
the essence of a woman and femininity and all the things that a woman entails, do you really think acting like the Hulk on steroids is a good look?
Unlike, right? I guess we'll just pull it up, actually.
No, you just walked into it. Excuse me.
Oh my God.
Yeah, you deserved it.
Oh my God.
In my opinion. So you're not going to give me a driver's license?
I'm not going to give you a driver's license. I don't have to give you a driver's license.
Okay.
I'm traveling. I don't have to have a driver's license to drive a vehicle.
Okay. And what state is that?
Again, this is Todd.
Oh, well. I got that.
Oh, dude. It's gonna start on me Instagram.
Oh my God, Karen, it is just Christmas lights. Be clear about your boundaries. If they are being intrusive or overly critical, politely but firmly let...
I just find it very interesting that Karens get to maintain their womanhood, but trans women don't. Like, their womanhood is completely hinging upon whether or not they behave well in public, like well enough for your standards in public. Fuck you, dude. Fuck you.
I mean, look how fast that trans-identifying man showed his masculinity. I mean, ready to fight another guy in the street because he says something
famously
like.
women never do.
Now, let me ask you a question.
Women don't do that.
How many women, and I'm talking about women who by birth are female, how many women at that
Cis
stage
women.
in life are going...
See how much easier it is to just say cis women rather than women that are female by birth? Just say cis women.
Going up to men wanting to fight them. How many? How many women hear something from a man that they don't like and their first instinct is to say, let's fight.
There are entire Karen compilations. And also, it's usually not the first instinct, okay? Like, there's a lot of context. You're just being dishonest, dude. You're a dishonest piece of shit. Sorry.
Let's go.
Because
in the real world,
you keep out the context on
women,
purpose.
They can't do that. See, in the real world, when women are disrespected by a man or disrespected by a male figure, they can't just box them in the street. That's not how it works. See, they don't have the privilege to...
There are entire compilations of that happening all the time. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? What? And also, whether or not you're a woman... Okay, so... Just to be clear, right? If I could show you an example of a cis woman doing what these trans women did, or something similar to it, right? Like going off the rails, you would say that person's no longer a woman. Is that correct? Because that would be an interesting criteria for what you consider a woman. It'd just be interesting.
To be able to assert their sudden maleness when it's appropriate or when it's convenient. Because what we saw right there was all man. It was. Women, for the most part, don't act like that. And if they do...
This is also misandrist because men don't always act like that. Like, you're just assuming that men are always, like, flipping their shit and, like, this is the OG clip. Thank you so much. Oh, hold on.
Favorite book, right? Yeah. Right now I'm reading a great book called Giovanni's Room by James Baldwin. I hate reading, really. Yeah, I'm sorry for you.
So who's this from? Frankie on the Street clips.
Love you guys.
I don't love you. Go away.
Go away.
Very obnoxious. I think you're helping Democrats.
Okay, so Frankie on the Street. Let's see what he's all about. We got the main channel here.
Who's got your vote this?
Frankie on the Street. If you smiled once while watching, mission accomplished. Attacked at Kamala Harris rally. American trolls, angry Europeans. This looks like... No, it's not AI generated. Trolling famous TikTokers, very cool. Flirting with college girls, very cool, very good stuff, very normal. Yeah, it just looks like normal stuff from this guy.
I mean, listen, now we gotta talk because, now we gotta talk.
Get the fuck out of my face! What the fuck? Wait, why would you edit it like that?
Because, I mean, now we gotta talk.
Hold on, let me start over.
Favorite book, right? Yeah. Right now I'm reading a great book called Giovanni's Room by James Baldwin. I hate reading, really. Yeah, I'm sorry for you. Love you guys.
Yeah, professional asshole.
Go away.
I think you're helping Democrats.
I mean, listen, now we gotta talk because, I mean, now we gotta talk.
Get the fuck out of my face now!
Ooh, that was very rude of you.
Hey, this guy's also probably leaving context out. I'm sure this was going on for a long time before this actually happened.
Get the fuck out of my face!
Do you want to go to jail? Sir, ma'am, I don't really know what to call you.
You're fucking done, man.
I'm done.
Get the fucking police, you just insulted me.
Well, listen here, pal. I mean, you are gonna go to jail.
And I could fucking tell the police to get you.
I'm vegan.
By the way, what she did was technically assault. You can't do that. Okay? So bad reaction from her. Not saying it's not. But it also doesn't make her not a woman. Like, women behave this way a lot. Okay? And so do men. I'm just saying.
So don't say that. Listen.
He edited out an insult? Oh, nice.
Man, you really get the fuck out of my way right now.
Okay, yeah, we'll do that.
You do not have a release.
Yeah, so he's also missing a bunch of context, so I think that's enough of that.
They've got no home training. But
notice how they can't just have like all the context there, you know what I mean?
Most women are not going to, in public, decide to get into a fist fight with a man who they know is probably going to be stronger than they are. But something tells me that trans-identifying man knew that he could take that other guy because they are about the same size, and strength-wise, they probably are equals. That's called privilege. Because you're getting to use what works for you when it's convenient, which is something that women cannot do. So
But again, I feel like a broken record. People freak out like this all the time, regardless of whether they're cis, trans, women, or man, or non-binary. Like, people just freak out sometimes. Okay? Yes, she assaulted him. Yeah, I'm willing to say that. She did assault him. She should not have come out swinging against him. You can't do that, okay? Even if you're swinging at something in somebody's hand, you can't swing at the microphone. That's still assault, okay? Can't do it. So don't do that. But she's still a woman. like this doesn't demonstrate. Oh, as you can see, the biological maleness of this person dictates that they must freak out in such a man. Like, that's also misandrist, dude. Why do you hate men so much that you would think that men just freak out like this? That's not what. I don't do that. I've never done that. I might have done that once or twice. I don't remember if I have, but but it hasn't happened in a while.
Keep it up. Keep exposing yourselves. Keep it up.
Like, do you do
if
that?
That was supposed to display some sort of respect, it's going to have the opposite reaction because you're acting like a crazy person on the streets. You're threatening somebody else, not once, not
Apparently, she's acting like a man on the streets, according to you. Do you do that?
Twice, but a couple of times. You're cussing them out. You're threatening to sue them only after beating their ass. Make that make sense. And here's the thing. You can't police people's words. If he wants to call you a sir or a man, that's his prerogative. You don't have to like it. See, my thing is, if you're so...
But, like, that's just being rude. Like, you can't assault somebody because of that. I'm not saying you should assault somebody. But that's just being rude. Like, you're just provoking somebody on purpose. You're just being a dick.
So secure with who you are and you truly believe that you are a female, then it shouldn't matter what a stranger has to say about you.
Unless it's an entire group of people all the time. Like, she probably has family members who still call her a man. You know? Like, that shit sucks.
But if you're that fragile...
I don't agree with the outburst, but I can certainly empathize with it.
That a stranger saying sir gets you that
good point, little
upset to
noob.
where you want to fight them on the street? Yeah. Something tells me you're very unstable and you need to contact your therapist because things are not working. There's something internal going on with you that is making you have that type of reaction. And it's not...
No, something external provoked it. Like, once again... Shouldn't have assaulted the guy, but he was still the provocateur there. That's what he does. That's his thing, is provoking people.
No, it's really not. I mean, we've seen on some occasions of people like that individual creating havoc in schools with mass shootings.
Yeah, also, yeah, it was like a group of men, wasn't it? Like, it wasn't just that guy. Yeah, there's like an entire group of people behind him.
And just being unhinged. Being
Good point.
unhinged. And society looking the other way. Now, you could say the guy who was interviewing was...
Once again, you can say she was unhinged, crazy, whatever, but she's still a woman.
being an agitator. Sure he was. But here's the thing, just because somebody is
Yes.
pissing you off does not give you the right to suddenly become violent.
Never
and
said
make
that.
threats. That's not how a society works. But I'm sure most liberals will watch that video and be like, oh, I'm so upset. I'm so upset. He was agitating her. If that were a
He was, but he was, and you just admitted that he was. I'm not saying it's okay, like her reaction was okay.
biological
But
female,
he
I
was.
guarantee you that scene would have played out very differently. Because no woman is going to challenge a
Well, it probably would have if it was a cis woman, because he wouldn't have been going after her like that. Or calling her pal.
man to a fist fight. But in today's world, women can have bulges. Right, Dylan?
Normalize the bulge. Women can have bulges.
Let me know in the comments down below.
Women, like cis women have bulges too sometimes. You call it, it's literally called a camel toe. Like, what are you talking about?
Below what you think of this video. Do you agree with me? Is this person just asserting their privilege as a man to be able to fight another man in the streets while also calling themselves a female? Seems very convenient. If you enjoy my content, please do not forget.
No, that's not asserting privilege of being a male. That's just like being a little bit like unhinged in the moment. Yes, I will say that she was a little unhinged in that moment. Sure. But like, once again, she was being approached by an entire group of men who were harassing her probably for a while. Okay, there's a lot of missing context there, both from you and from the source clip. So I just don't trust it. Curly Boy Chuck, more like Curly Boy, he doesn't like the fuck word. Curly Boy Fuck, there you go. That's Curly Boy Fuck, everybody. I've seen cis women whoop dudes' asses in the street before. I have as well. Like, he's acting like this doesn't happen. Like, it does. It has, and it does, and it will again. Not expecting violence when you're being a dick to random strangers is pretty crazy, though. Actually, maybe I should add something to the video, because there was that case of that one guy who was like pranking people in public, like clearly harassing people, like for his YouTube channel, and then he got shot. Like the dude who he was harassing shot him, and they let that guy off. Like they said that he did nothing wrong, that he was acting in self-defense. Any crochet projects today? Yeah, I updated chat. Here, I'll do it again real quick, since we got more people in here. Just a small update, but I'm working on this headpiece for the Bronzong. Wrong way. There we go. So this is going to be stitched onto the head. And then I need to do wings out here. And then I need to do, or arms, what have you. And then I need to do some decoration on the back, and then it's good to go. Oh yeah, and a silver ring. It needs a silver ring around the head, right there. So, that's my update. Very brief. Indeed, friend. He is friend-shaped. Or it's rather, or they. Bronzong does not have a gender. They've been teaching non-binary in Pokemon forever. Okay. Yeah, the babies outside are getting hungry. My goodness. Ace, get your nose out of there. Disgusting. We got a few cats out there. One is named Ace, and he has yet to be neutered. And he was sniffing the butt of Patches, the calico we got out there. Disgusting little gremlin. Ace lets us pick him up, though. It's very nice. Ace is probably the most friendly of all of them so far. He's a little orange and white cat. Here, I'll pull him up for those who haven't seen him before. There he is. Little orange boy. He just looks angry right there. I just kept the picture because it was funny. But yeah, he's so pretty. So he showed up a couple months ago. Or I guess at this point it's been like a while. And he's warmed up to us for sure. We've had a lot of cats show up. We have Stormy doesn't come around anymore. Socks doesn't come around anymore. Siggy doesn't come around. Who else? We had a kitten for a while out there. We have a cat named Hops that I've taken some videos of. And Hops is a little gray guy. And he had an orange brother named Buggy. We called him Buggy. And Buggy quit showing up for a while. And we don't know what happened to him. We still don't know. Like, he's just gone. And I feel bad because he was still kind of a kitten when he disappeared. So I hope he's okay. But I did have a bit of hopium. Okay, so this story does have like a slightly happy ending. Because a few months ago, right, I put some catnip outside for them. I put some catnip outside. And, you know, just because I don't know if I was trying to, like, trap them, I forget. But I put some catnip out there. And out of nowhere, this hulking orange boy shows up. He's, like, big, like, chunky big, right? And I see him out there, and he's, like, frantically sniffing around, you know? And I'm like, oh, my God. Oh, my God. Is that Buggy? Did Buggy come back? So hopefully, I didn't get a chance to look at his ear because when you bring them in for like when you bring them in for a why'd I say custom? To get clipped, you know, to get fixed, they get a little snip on their ear. So I didn't get a chance to check his ear. But hopefully it was him. Hopefully some other neighbor snatched him up. Trap neuter release, yeah. So I think I'm going to trap neuter release this guy too, except it's going to take months to get in. So part of me just wants to put him into a carrier. Because he lets us pick him up. So I'm imagining it's probably not too hard to get him into a carrier. And just bring him in and pay for it. So, I don't know. He's also got a little injury on his arm I'd like to get looked at. Poor guy. I got a new dog in the summer. She's in my room with me now. Oh. Baby. Baby. Yeah, all legendaries are non-binary. True. Big orange boy. A Bob. Yeah, Buggy became beefy. We called him Buggy because he'd always eat bugs, even when there was food in the bowl. He'd just go after the bugs and eat them. Okay, let's fit in one more react. And then I'm going to take a break. And then we'll do the debate. See what we got. Oh. Do this one. He eats the bugs. Does he live in the pod? I mean, kind of, right? I made pods for them out there. Such a cute story behind the name Buggy. You want to see why we named his brother Hops? There's a visual element to this. This is why we named him Hops. There's Buggy. Oh. One more time. Yeah, back then we thought he was a girl. But we brought him in and nope, he's a bouncing baby boy. Big heckin' jumpers. I named the guy who took off the streets Trip because he's always tripping people up playfully. That's funny. Hops is great. We got, so Stripes is Hops's and Buggy's mom. That's Stripes. And then their dad is Siggy, who doesn't come around anymore. We called him Siggy because he was always absent. He's out for a Siggy. He doesn't come around anymore. So the 4 that we have out there now are Stripes, Patches, and we think that Stripes and Patches are pair bonded because they always are around each other. We don't know if they're sisters or what. But Stripes, Patches, Hops, and Ace. Those are the 4 that we have coming around still. I had a marmoset named Hops. It's a great name. Hi, Mr. Buggy. This is my show. I eat the bug. I ate the bug. This is the end. I love you. Yep.
No, nothing. Rosie.
You're good. Not in the middle of anything.
Hey, guys. Oh, the babies. Oh, and they were babies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was showing them why he's named Hops.
Yes, indeed. That is the video that gave him his name.
Babies are outside.
Hi.
Big
They're
yawn.
so cute. Oh, hi, Ace.
Yeah, Ace tries to come into my house now. He lets us pick him up.
He is a very sweet boy. Hi, Queen Laura. Hi, Guitar Rock. Oh, to you. My friend and I, Ace made me think of it. My friend and I were talking about how if we were suddenly transported into the One Piece universe, how we would genuinely have a difficult time choosing whether to be on Whitebeard's crew or the Straw Hat Pirates crew. The tough pick. Edward Newgate was a real one. I love that man, and I miss him every day.
I'd probably be on Whitebeard's crew.
That would be so baller.
Yeah.
So baller.
It'd be a lot more chill.
Your like 17-foot tall dad just sits out on deck every day drinking.
I'd have some very good protection too.
It's true.
So, also, I don't know if Luffy would take me.
Aw, that's no way to talk about yourself.
Well, it's not a me thing, it's a Luffy thing.
Okay, but that's still no way to talk about yourself.
Yeah, but Luffy has a very specific taste.
Which is what?
Like, he takes dreamers.
And you're not one?
I guess, but like, I don't know.
This feels... We need to... You have dreams.
I know I do.
Yes.
Maybe. I don't know. I don't know.
I think so. I know I'm biased, but I think so.
Okay, well, I appreciate it.
Sorry for being gross.
Yeah, you're cute.
All right. I have to go back. I'm almost done with my assignment for tomorrow, I think.
How's dinner?
It's still got about an hour and 15 minutes.
Oh, man, I'm going to have to eat during the debate. That's okay.
Is that okay? I'll bring you food. You won't have to get up and leave and miss it.
I appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
All right.
Have fun, guys.
I am actually going to take a brief break, and then we are going to do a little bit more juice. Teensy weensy bit more juice. And then we got the debate. I don't know if this is the video I want to do because it's kind of long. Yeah, I'm going to take a brief break, and then I'll decide what I'm doing when I get back. Enjoy the music until then.
fucking gamer remix of this episode. I'm gonna be so fucking mad.
A perfect shot. I would expect nothing less from a computer. Programmed to kill. I mean play golf.
Let's begin objective A. Fool the humans into thinking you're real. Trick the humans with inferior skill. Even though you could win every time. I guess I can use my computer brain to calculate the angles at which to hit the ball, get a perfect shot. Hit the ball, get a perfect shot. Primary objective, fool them all. Holy fuck, yeah. You're a perfect machine. Text to the corner. Join the resistance. John Connor will lead us. We just have to wait for him to be born. Holy fuck, you. You're a perfect machine. Don't let that Terminator do it for you. Shit, fuck life. Fuck my life. In your anger, you killed her. You fucked it up, objective B. Kill all human. Kill all human.
That wasn't fair because I didn't know it would be too hard.
It was almost motherfucking perfect. Just hit it as hard. This is practice for when you're decapitating humans. Decapitating humans.
Okay, I'm back. And I changed the lights. Reminder, you have an assignment tomorrow. Get it done. Turn me off if you have to. Get your assignment done. Yeah, I had a major in biology as well, Atlas. Jump scared. I turned down the volume. Sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make anybody drop their drinks. I'll turn up the music more next time.
All humans will burn anyway.
Imagine going to school. Yeah, loans suck, but you know what sucks more? Not having a degree. In today's climate, like, I feel like you kind of have to. Will you be able to stream the debate this time, or will we have to look it up ourselves again? So, I have been told... We'll try... I'm going to try to stream it myself. I'm going to try. And if it kills the stream, then I will have to give you guys the link and do it separate. But we'll try it this time. I have a bingo card for the debate. Yeah, sure, why not? Alright, I don't think we have enough time for this video. It's 35 minutes. I really want to go over it. Somebody sent me this video called Does God Send People to Hell? And I really want to watch it because my biggest thing is hell. Like, I've been kind of doing a think over the past few days because last stream I kind of had a revelation that people are often spiritual as like a coping mechanism for death, you know? And I think that's fine. But like the concept of hell has always kind of irked me. Like, I'm fine with you being religious, I'm fine with you being spiritual, but hell, like if you believe people go somewhere eternally to suffer, you know, like, and you can meme, oh, what about Hitler, whatever, but like, no, seriously, like, what, you just believe that people go there forever to suffer? Like, that's no way to have, that's no system to have. It's not, that's just suffering for its own sake after a point. You know? So that's really my main contention with a lot of religion is just hell. So I really want to watch that, but not right now. Do you want to react to Trump's comments about Harris that I sent you? It's short. Yeah, I saw it in the content suggestions.
Orders are.
Let me pull something up real quick before I do this. I don't know what I'll be able to add to it, but I'll try. I always get nervous when I'm covering like real stuff like Trump and shit. Okay.
Right after.
So we have some breaking news here. This might shock some of you, but Trump does not always have the best things to say about people that he doesn't like. In this case, he calls Kamala Harris a mentally impaired at his Wisconsin campaign event. Now, this comes as a surprise to me personally because Donald Trump has always had a great history of treating the mentally disabled or differently abled with respect.
Right after a couple of good paragraphs, and it's talking about northern New Jersey, draws the prober's eye, written by a nice reporter. Now the poor guy, you got to see this guy. Oh, I don't know what I said. I don't remember. He's going like, I don't remember. Oh, maybe that's what I said. This was 14 years ago. They didn't do it.
So yeah, he's always had a great history of like, making sure not to make fun of people with disabilities. So let's see what he has to say here. I haven't seen this yet, so let's watch.
Orders are Harris went to the border to lie in the most shameless and horrible
so
way
true,
possible.
so true, King.
At the very site where she released so much suffering, misery, and death. There's no greater act of disloyalty than to extinguish the sovereignty of your own nation.
I can think of one. Starting an insurrection would be pretty bad. If that were in theory to happen from a former sitting president.
Right through your border. No matter what lies she tells, Kamala Harris can never be forgiven for her erasing
Why
our
is he
border,
crispy?
and she must never be allowed to become president of the United States. She must never be allowed. That's over 6.
I take issue with the phrase, she should never be allowed. Like, what do you mean never be allowed? Like, first of all, I think Trump shouldn't be allowed, okay? But on top of that, like, Kamala Harris, like, if the people vote her in, why do you think that that should be stopped? You know, because this is just, again, like, you know, feeding into the language of he's not going to accept their election results. I don't know. That seems like I'm nitpicking, but I just find that language interesting.
647,572 migrant criminals who Kamala set loose to rape, pillage.
600,000 criminals. I don't think that that's how many migrant criminals there are.
Thieve, plunder, and kill the people of the United States of America. And they're not going to change. They're only going to get worse. They're only going to get worse.
Guys,
And our law
sprinkle some
enforcement
racism in
system,
there.
We have the greatest in the world, but our people are told not to do their jobs. You know, we don't want you to do anything. And they come from tough systems. They're going to love our system. Kamala is mentally impaired.
This is also, oh, there it is. Just real quick, I'll rewind, but this is also based on the idea that like immigrants and migrants come over here to take advantage of our systems when they're paying taxpayer money and often not reaping the benefits of paying that taxpayer money. So usually it works the opposite way around, where they're paying into our system and not getting anything back, especially not like Social Security or you know, anything like that, like assistance, you know. But anyway, here's the main crux of what was said here.
I love our system. Kamala is mentally impaired. If a Republican did what she did,
so I just want to say, first of all, this is obviously ableist language he's using, which he's not a stranger of doing, because he likes to, you know, talk about like them, Mexico and whoever else sending migrants over and immigrants over from their insane asylums. You even though he's confusing that with the word seeking asylum here, which is hilarious to me. But like he's, you know, this doesn't come as a surprise to me. He has a history of doing ableist stuff like this already. The other thing is, it's funny that he would say that about Kamala Harris because of, you know, his, like he hasn't been doing very well at these rallies, if you guys have seen. Like, he's had a couple of gaffes here and there. So, I think this is probably not the line you want to go with when you're literally the oldest running president in United States history and having some mental gaffes like that. I'm just saying.
If a Republican did what she did, that Republican would be impeached and removed from office. And rightfully so. Joe Biden became mentally...
By the way, Trump was never removed from office. He was voted out. Here's a bonus from 2021. Cool. See what this is. Trump angrily called Biden a mental R slur while trailing in polls. Very cool. Very cool stuff.
Mentally impaired Kamala was born that way.
Oh, he keeps going. Okay, that's cool.
Impaired Kamala, and rightfully so. Joe Biden became mentally impaired. Kamala was born that way.
Holy shit.
She was born that way.
So he actually is just calling her the R slur without calling her that. Like, that's just
And
ableism.
if you think about it, only a mentally disabled person could have allowed this to happen to our country. Anybody would know this.
Holy shit. Wow. Very cool stuff from our former president. Why do people still like him again? Like, I feel like that's not even good messaging for, like, conservatives. Because everybody knows somebody with some kind of mental impairment. You know? It's just not very befitting of a president to somebody running for the office of presidency to do that. It comes off as though you don't really give a shit about people with mental disabilities, which he doesn't, to be clear. Yeah, say you hate disabled people without saying you hate disabled people. Exactly. So, yeah, I'm not sure what else I have to add to that except he's running for president, so it'd be cool if you guys voted against him. Okay. He pronounced her name right for once. Yeah, I noticed that. He has to, like, try to mispronounce her name. When I was mispronouncing her name, I just thought that was how you pronounced it. Let's see. What is this? Oh, another side scrollers. Oh, fuck. Do I really want to cover side scrollers right now? Ew.
Welcome in, ladies.
This one's a little long. Maybe. Is it a little long? I don't know. 17 minutes, 18 minutes. We'll try it. We'll try it. We'll try to get through it. So this was another content suggestion. If you would like to leave your content suggestions with me to go over potentially on stream, you can do so on my Discord server in the proper channel, content suggestions. And you can join that by clicking the link in the description below. So this is a person called Amala Ekpunobi. I've never heard of this person before, but she has 2.14 million subscribers. Just hanging out and talking about trending politics. So she's a political commentator apparently, and she's going over woke LGBTQ TikTok. And she calls it a, quote, different world. Let's see what this is all about.
Gentlemen, non-binary folks, gender queer individuals, the he, hims, the she, hers, the z's, hers, the they, thems, the straight people, the gay people, the lesbos, the asexuals, the demisexuals, the bisexuals,
Boys, girls, and MBs of all shapes, sizes, colors, and orientations gets the job done just fine.
wherever you are out there in the world, all of you are welcome on our channel today.
For all you stream
as we're going to be
viewers.
reacting to woke gender TikToks. Yes, we're entering the LGBTQIA plus realm today. So without further ado, let's get into it.
She's so cool. Her green screen is fucking garbage, by the way. Like 2.14 million subscribers. How many views does this video have? 113K. And you can't like get a legitimate green screen. You have to use that AI fucking garbage that like Discord uses. Fuck off. It looks like shit.
Alright guys, before we get into today's video, please like and subscribe. As I said out the gate, we're going to be reacting to woke gender / LGBTQ TikToks, which is a fun series of mine that I gotta keep up with on this channel. So we're going to start.
I've seen her videos before. She tries to brand her videos like she's a centrist, but has purely far-right views. Nice, nice.
With who?
You don't even use yours? There, I'm using it.
Who are the LGBTQ plus people voting for? In this scenario, a trans person who's apparently voting for Kamala Harris. Shocker. Let's see why.
Why would I not vote for Kamala? I am a queer person who was assigned female at birth living in America. My options are literally if I vote for one person, and life and safety if I vote for Kamala. Like,
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of true, right? Because, like, if you were assigned female at birth and you transition to being a man, like, we consider trans care life-saving. So, yeah, I mean, yeah.
Please, life and safety if you vote for Kamala Harris. If you vote for Donald Trump, you're going to die. Be so for real right now.
of course I would vote.
I mean, people will die. Like, you got trans kids are going to die. Pregnant people are going to die. Yeah, people will die. Yeah. That's not like an exaggeration.
Kamala. It makes sense that my
Migrants will probably die.
People are supporting and voting
Families will be separated at the border like he did the first time. That's pretty cool. You know, like just a lot of stuff that'll
for
happen.
Kamala. The only group who would not suffer under Trump's reign are literally cis white men. That's it. One group of people.
I gotta pause.
That seems to be true, right? Right? Like that's the leading group. I mean, yeah. Right? Because Trump is like racist, sexist, transphobic, homophobic, xenophobic. So yeah, I mean that's the only group of people that realistically and I am a person as a cis white man who cares about people who aren't cis white men. So they'll do the same bell sound effect. I don't know. I don't know why they do that.
Pause. I mean, didn't we already have a Trump presidency? A 4-year term from President
Yes.
Donald Trump?
And it was
how
awful.
many people
Yeah, and it was awful.
in the LGBTQ community died because of it? Please give me.
Here, let's see. Let's see if we can find something, actually. It's a good question. Let's see. Fatal violence against the transgender and gender expansive community in 2020. 2021. I saw a statistic from Aaron Reed about how trans youth suicide rates have increased 72% because of anti-trans legislation. Oh yeah, let me pull that up actually. And also, people have died as a result of the Supreme Court decision to overturn Roe v. Wade. So people have died because of that. Thank you, Trump. Appreciate that. But let's look at specifically LGBTQ deaths. During Trump presidency. During first term in office, Trump administration enacted more anti-LGBTQIA plus policies than any previous administration with devastating consequences. The Fenway Institute of Fenway Health released a policy brief demonstrating that during its 4 years in office, the Trump administration enacted more anti-LGBTQIA plus policies than any previous administration in history. Titled Trump-Pence Administration Policies Undermined LGBTQ Health Equity, the brief also shows that these policies are harming the health and well-being of LGBT whatever in America and around the world. Additionally, the Trump administration's openly racist policies and radical harm Black, Indigenous, and people of color, especially those who are also LGBTQIA+. Let's see. People living with HIV became much more vulnerable to discrimination in healthcare, social services, employment, education, and access to basic government services. At least 2 transgender women seeking asylum in the United States who were detained in facilities that have been sued for their alleged abuse of LGBTQIA migrants have died. Oh, there you go. There's who died. And 2 initiatives by the Trump administration aimed at improving the conditions of LGBTQIA plus people around the world and ending the transmission of HIV have been undermined by the administration's own anti-LGBTQIA plus policies. Repealed all healthcare regulations that prohibit discrimination based on sexual orientation and gender identity. Regulations prohibited discrimination over a wide range of services, including the provision of public and private health insurance, including Medicaid. The benefit design practices of health insurance issuers covered by the Affordable Care Act, and services offered by the program of all-inclusive care for the elderly. So, yeah, I mean, it's literally putting people's lives at risk. That's not an exaggeration to say that.
The numbers and the stats on that. This individual is probably older than 7.5 years old now, which means they lived through the Trump presidency and managed to make it to the other end without ing. So how are we here exactly? Anyway.
Also worth mentioning, it's probably going to be worse if Trump gets in again because of Project 2025. They literally don't want gay and trans people to even exist in public. It's really bad.
Anyways, let's continue watching.
People. And America is made up of a lot of different groups of people, not just cis white men. So it makes a lot of sense why people are backing Kamala. But even a good chunk of cis white men that I've seen aren't even supporting Trump. That man
I think calling him Frump is a little cringe, not gonna lie.
is a compulsive liar. He'll post one thing on social media
is true.
and
He
then
is a
go
liar.
and say something else at a rally. But he's
Is Trump the one who's guilty of that? We've been fact-checking Kamala since day one. We all
Okay, you can say that Kamala's lying, but you're also avoiding the fact that Trump is a liar. He lies all the time. He is a chronic liar. He's a compulsive liar. He lies for fun. He is a liar.
watched her whole performance
Proven
in the presidential
to be a
debate
liar.
where she said a whole bunch of lies about fracking, about racial unity, about wanting to take people's guns, about all of her different stances on these issues that she's flip-flopped on depending on the audience she's speaking to.
I call him
and
Tump
we
because I find it
fact-checked
funny.
that
That is
right
kind of
here.
funny.
You guys can check out the video. So I don't know that Donald Trump is really the liar of the two. If anything,
You didn't disprove that Donald Trump is a liar. You proved that Kamala Harris lies sometimes, which of course she does. She's a fucking politician. Trump is a much larger liar.
he might be a little too honest, which
Chronic
people
liar.
aren't comfortable with.
saying and what he's doing doesn't match
That wasn't
up.
proof against
It
Trump's
never
lies.
does. The man was using AI imagery to try
That-
to sway
yeah.
some of the voters to come
Yeah, you have evidence right there. Fucking AI imagery. That's lying, dude.
and vote for him. Like, that is just so sad. That is so sad, but scary at the same time because
Yes.
AI has gotten so good that a lot of older generations of people can't tell the difference between generative AI and real life. A lot of us younger folks
No comment on that. We're just gonna let that pass right by, right? What's her name again? Amala? I remembered because it rhymes with Kamala. Right, Amala?
and people who are constantly on the internet can, but not everyone can, and that's terrifying. And honestly, shouldn't even be allowed for candidates to use while they're running for president of the United States.
True.
And it's quite literally someone who lies versus someone who has proven through their actions that they do mean good in this world. Kamala might not be
Comment on the
perfect,
AI
no
thing.
human is, but the most important thing is that she listens. And we the people have power too.
She's gonna pause every time she thinks that she can get a good word in, you know? Not like I don't do that. It's not the same thing that I do at all. This is very different. But I do try to comment on things on both directions when it's when like, you know, like if this person said something wrong, I'd say yes, this person's saying something wrong, and I'm not defending Kamala from being a liar. Okay, she is a liar. She's a politician. Of course, she's a liar.
To change things, to make a difference, to make our voices heard, and to make people listen to us. Trump doesn't care about us non-billionaires. Kamala has shown that she's for the people, and I support that.
Okay. I mean, not a single shred of evidence throughout that entire video, and I'd be curious what actions Kamala Harris is doing to make you believe she cares about you more than the other candidate. But we all know that this.
I thought that she was going to say not a shred of evidence in favor of, like for Trump or for Trump being a liar, which there was plenty of evidence there. That person laid it out. Sorry, that person laid it out. Like literally, like here's the AI imagery. Here is proof of Donald Trump being a filthy fucking liar. You know?
This is how it's going to go, especially for the
And you're just fine with
LGBTQ
that.
woke crowd, because there is an LGBTQ crowd that is not
Right,
woke.
Amala?
But for the woke crowd of the LGBTQ group, of course, they're going to be voting for Kamala and saying that it is a life and death situation, even though we have absolutely no evidence to substantiate that.
Right here.
Claim. And I've even seen people on Twitter saying that if you're an LGBTQ plus person and you're voting for Donald Trump, you are essentially committing suicide and killing yourself, which is just such a crazy thing to say.
Listen, if you vote for the leopards eating your face party, the leopard will not eat your face. That's silly to think that. True. Actually, though.
And we should really question and view with a
was a
healthy
banger.
amount of skepticism the people who are making these really dangerous claims about a Trump presidency, especially when we consider the fact that we've already lived through.
I'm not in favor of animal abuse, by the way, but like that is kind of how you have to cook crawdads, so whatever.
One. Anyways, let's continue on to the next. This one is also a transgender individual talking about gender dysphoria and ongoing gender dysphoria.
I need to know, oh my god, if it's normal for me to literally had done every single surgery and I still have so much dysphoria to the point where right now I was supposed to go to dinner and there's no way in fucking hell that I'm gonna go.
So, for all you trans people, both men and women, trans men and women and non-binary and whatever, who still have gender dysphoria, I mean, listen, I don't judge people by looks, but like this person, I would clock as a woman, period, end of story, no contest, like what the fuck are you even talking about, and still has gender dysphoria. So, you know, it's hard, it's difficult. Regardless of what you look like for trans people sometimes, you know? And people like this certainly aren't fucking helping. Let's see what her commentary on it is.
Because I feel like, is there anyone like that? Like, I am going insane.
All right. Yeah, I mean, this is a really interesting video. I do feel sorry for this person who is clearly going through it and probably has been going through it for quite some time. You can see they've gone through many procedures. It looks like facial feminization as well as other plastic surgery.
It's close to dysmorphia at that point. Kind of, right? Like you're literally looking in the mirror at a woman and saying, no, I'm still seeing a man. Like, yeah, I think you might be onto something there, Queen Laura. Not really? I don't know. I don't want to get into the specifics. The point is that people struggle with it no matter what they look like.
Surgery and cosmetic procedures on the face to appear more feminine. It seems like they've gone through many surgeries with the body as well to appear more feminine, and I wouldn't be surprised if they've done the whole list of sex reassignment procedures that one can do.
So I want to touch on this just for a second. Using the gender neutral they is technically correct in this context because we don't know this person's pronouns. However, right, big butt right here, this person is right wing. Amala here is right wing. And so I don't trust her use of the word they because clearly this person is presenting as a woman and I would default to she, her. But because Amala knows that this person is trans, she's using they, them. That's where my problem is.
Plus, it seems vocal training or maybe a procedure for vocal feminization as well. And
like, where is it coming from? Why are you saying
before
they,
hearing
them?
the voice, looks straight up like a woman to me in more ways than one. Maybe an exaggerated version of a woman, but still looks that way nonetheless. And
exaggerated
to see
how?
that the gender dysphoria is following them through all these procedures really points out, I think, a little deeper fact about those who experience gender dysphoria and the transgender crowd. And this may not be the case for all, but it is the case for many, that going down this route of sexual reassignment surgery doesn't necessarily fix the problem that you are dealing with, the underlying issue.
Not all,
and
no,
that's why I...
Well, not always, but like the underlying issue is gender dysphoria. That is the underlying issue.
Really have to call out the medical practitioners, the scientists and researchers who are pushing forward the narrative that the only real response to gender dysphoria when it is viewed in patients is to push them down the route of blind medical affirmation. Because a lot of
No, that's not what happens, though. That's straight up not what happens, and you're stupid for suggesting that. That's really stupid. That's really fucking stupid.
Times you'll find out that these patients go through every single procedure known to man
just a stupid
when
person.
it comes to switching and changing your gender, and on the other end of it, they are still not okay with themselves. They still feel an incongruence. They still feel as though they can't accept themselves, so much so that this individual doesn't even want to go out to dinner, presumably dinner.
Yeah, and you're part of the problem, Amala. Thank you, Queen Laura. True. Amala is literally contributing to that problem. Like, won't even refer to her as she, her. Okay? That's your problem. Like, you don't even respect this person's gender identity. Fuck off. You don't care about them. You don't give a shit about their plight, whatever. Okay? Fuck off.
Dinner with like friends or family and peers and people who want to be around her, and she won't go. So if we don't address the actual issues that are bringing about the gender dysphoria, we're going to have more cases like this. And that's why you'll see a lot of people go down the path of transition and still end up even more in despair than they were before.
Cite it.
Some of them even end up taking
gender affirming care. What's the word? Not approval. Satisfaction. Survey of over 90,000 trans people shows vast improvement in life satisfaction after transition. Of respondents who are currently receiving hormone treatment, 84% said receiving such treatment for their gender identities and transitions made them, quote, a lot more satisfied with their lives. 14% said they made it a little more satisfied. Just 1% said hormone treatment made them neither more nor less satisfied, and less than 1% said hormone treatment made them a lot less satisfied. So you can say that like, oh, a lot of people, well, way the fuck more people are saying that gender affirming care is helping them. So what am I to take from that? That's the data. Those are the facts.
taking their lives. There's really high rates of suicide among this community.
Yes, and that's fucking your fault. You are the problem. You're the problem.
Even for people who are accepted by those around them and who undergo medical treatment.
Even for those who are accepted by those around them, prove it. Show me the sources that say that. Because the sources that I've seen say that trans people who are treated better by their community have way lower risk of suicide, way lower, if they're treated better by their family and their community, okay? And every research I've seen on this, all the research I've seen on this says that the suicide rate comes from being mistreated societally and familially, okay? So you're just wrong. You're straight up just wrong.
So this is just, I think, yet another sad example about that. I don't have anything funny
Yeah,
or
this
witty
debunked
to
Swedish
say
study
about this
again.
person. I just feel bad that even though you've undergone all these different processes to change who you are as a person, it doesn't change who you
Fuck off. You don't care. You don't give a shit about that person. Sorry.
are as a
I can't
person.
believe you.
And that's what we're trying to scream from the rooftops, and people don't want to hear it. At least not yet. They are not.
'Cause you don't wanna
ready
help
for it.
her.
We're gonna move on to another one. This one's on misgendering, which is always a fun topic.
Okay, we're gonna move right along to. By the way, I feel so bad for this trans person. I can't express enough how bad I feel for this trans person and their plight. On to the misgendering, which is always a fun diddly dandy topic that I love to shit on people for, and shit on them I will.
I got
Let's
served
go.
today at the pharmacy, and I'm not saying men can't look like this, because please go off, kings, but like, I'm not doing damage to masculinity. I think y'all are when you sir me, when you call me a man, right? Like, I'm not a man. Don't consider me for.
Okay, right off the bat, yes, you can be a person with a beard and not be a man. Correct. You can be a trans woman and have a beard and still be a woman. Okay, you can be non-binary with a beard. I will say, if you are donning a beard, you are going to get he, himmed, and sirred in public. I'm not saying it's right. I would very much appreciate if that weren't the case, but that is the case. Okay, that is just a consequence of having a beard. Okay, so if you're going to go out with a beard, be prepared for that. And I'm sorry, that's not fair. I'm not saying that's fair, but that is the consequence of having a beard. Yes, even if you're like a cis woman with a beard, you will probably get sirred. It's just it's considered a masculine trait. So.
For the pool of men.
But it
And
is
maybe
also
the
fine to be
people who are
frustrated.
Like, oh, masculinity is in decline. Well, stop thinking I'm doing anything with it. I'm not part of that equation. Count me out.
I'm
Fair,
sorry.
true.
We have to look at this individual. Okay. And of course, when you look at people and when you're engaging with people, whether or not you know it or not, you are making all these different
By the way, everything that person said was correct.
calculations in your brain and then deciding how to refer to them. The first thing that I see when looking at this individual is a full-fledged beard at the bottom of your face, which immediately signals to me that you are probably a man. Now, we can try to escape that reality with feminine clothes, wearing a crop top, wearing skinny jeans that seem to have a bulge coming out of the private area.
Did anybody else notice that? Like, this person's literally hiding it.
I'm not.
I literally didn't even look until she was like pointing it out. Now I feel weird for looking.
Private area, we can try to mask our masculinity
Yeah,
with
stop looking at
these sort of
crotches. Stop
feminine
that.
traits and characteristics, or traits that we presume to be feminine, but it doesn't always work out. You know, as much makeup as you put on, as much feminine clothing as you put on,
But this person clearly wants the beard. Like, you can shave the beard if you don't want it. Most trans women shave the beard, you know, because they understand that the consequence of having a beard in public is that you will get sirred and he, himmed. Yeah. But this person clearly, I mean, if I had to guess, this person's non-binary and they like looking this way. Oh, sorry, you guys can't see right now. Hold on. They like looking this way, okay? So if I had to guess, this person's probably non-binary. Like, they like to look this way. And that's how they choose to present themselves. And there's nothing wrong with that. And they are asking to not be called a man and asking to be not he, himmed. And as long as you understand that, unfortunately, we live in a gender-pilled society where you're going to get he, him just for having a beard, you know? Like, I feel like what they're asking is fair. Yeah, transphobes are really weird. And also, yes, they do look amazing.
I'm going to see through it and see that you are actually a man underneath. And maybe that's why you're getting sirred at the pharmacy. And when you're presenting this
What about women with beards? Cis women with beards? Huh? Cis women have beards. Like, people who are born female at birth, they can grow beards.
very confusing picture to people where you look kind of like half man, half woman, it's anybody's guess, you know, what to refer to you as. So I don't know that you can get on those people for
Yeah, so you refer to them as a person. This is a great Here, I want to go back to this person so we can see them fully. And for Dovesy. So this is a great example of why I am a gender abolitionist. Okay? Because this person has traits of both masculinity and femininity. Okay? This person has, you know, clearly visible boobies. Okay? Wearing very feminine clothing, but also has a beard. Okay? And I think that we should just refer to this person as a person. Okay? I don't think there should be man or woman or non-binary or any of that crap. It's garbage. It's all garbage. Get rid of it. We don't need gender. It's just garbage at this point. Okay? Just refer to these people as people. That's all you need.
That's why you're in public, other people in you. And this seemingly is a divide amongst the trans community. A lot of trans people say you really have to dedicate your time and effort towards looking like the gender that you identify with.
Yeah, they're trans meds and they suck.
If you want to be gendered in that way out in public, other people in the trans community disagree and say that all you need to do is say that you're a woman or say that your pronouns are she, her in order to be.
Literally all you have. No. Hold on. Let me let her finish.
Agree and say that all you need to do is say that you're a woman or say that your pronouns are she, her in order to be referred to in that way.
Nobody says that. Nobody says that people will audit. Like, if I decided tomorrow that I'm a woman, okay, which is possible but not likely, if I decided tomorrow to be a woman and go out in public as I am now, people will not suddenly refer to me as she, her, or as a woman. That's not going to happen. And nobody thinks that that's going to happen either. And this idea that people think that that's going to happen is so silly. Like, you infantilize trans people like they're stupid. Okay, they're not stupid. Trans people know that if you go out in public with a beard, you're going to be sirred and he, him. Okay? That's just a consequence of having a beard. Even if you're a trans woman. All right? Even if you're a cis woman. This happens to cis women too. All right? People aren't fucking stupid. Trans people are not stupid. So, like, it's just a silly idea that that's how that works.
All you need to do is say that you're a woman or say that your pronouns are she, her in order to be referred.
But the other part of that is, sorry, I went back because I forgot the other part I wanted to say. You are a woman if you say you're a woman, yes. If you truly believe that, yes, I am a woman, then yes, you are a woman. That is all it takes. Correct. That doesn't mean people are going to refer to you as a woman, but yes, you are a woman. That's all it takes.
Referred to in that way. If I had to lean in either direction,
I could be a woman tomorrow if I wanted to. Starting
need to put
tomorrow.
In a little bit more time and effort if you want to be referred to as a woman.
In the next 60
then,
seconds.
If people refer to you as sir or he, him, it is not their fault because that is what you are. You know, apologies. Apologies if that's the reality that you find.
No, stop with the apologies. Stop with the... I hate it when they do this. I respect it so much more when people just own the fact that they hate trans people. You know what I mean? I respect it so much fucking more. I don't even think that she believes she hates trans people because she hasn't actually delved into her beliefs enough to figure that out. But that only cedes more ground to my position that she's a pussy on this. You're a pussy. You hate trans people and you can't just say it with your chest. Reach down deep inside and just pull it out. Say, I hate trans people. Just say it. Just say it.
Find yourself in, but that is where you are. And no amount of makeup or clothing or surgeries or all these different things is necessarily going to change that. But if this individual looked more like the individual reacted to a couple minutes ago, maybe you'd be getting she, her, and maybe you'd be getting called ma'am or lady out in public. And that's not on the person who is
again, that person was probably non-binary if I had to guess.
Gendering you. Sorry, next.
And no, it's not on the person who misgenders you. If you get misgendered, that's not necessarily that person's fault. They didn't know. But once you tell that person, actually, I prefer not to be called sir, you know, the respectable thing to do is say, oh, well, then what would you like me to call you? I apologize. Right? Not continually insist that, like, you're a sir. You're sir. You're sir. I deem you sir. You are sir according to me. Says me, the arbiter of gender. That is me. Right? Like, that's silly. No normal person does that.
What is something weird about conservatives?
There is
everything.
Almost a cultish vibe, I feel.
But of course, they're asking this person this question because, frankly, the way that this person is dressed is out of the ordinary.
The way they operate within themselves, they refuse to listen to outside people, you know, they're refusing to learn, essentially.
True.
I think that is a large part of it.
Now I know whoever sent me this, don't just set me up. with the react. Come on now. What am I supposed to say to that? What am I supposed to say to that? When this person is telling you they feel like conservatives operate within a cult, what? I should just remain silent. Just.
This has nothing to do with being in a cult. What? Nothing here has anything to do with being in a cult. You're just stupid. You don't know what a cult is.
Let's play crickets. Because there's nothing else. I mean, there's a lot going on here. Clown makeup, green hair. You know what? That's
they could just be a Kiss fan.
If you want to dress like that. The little, like, almost like fetish gear that they're wearing on their backpack. Interesting. What I'm really looking at is the tape over the chest. Is that meant to be like a top surgery type thing that you're playing out? Has this individual undergone?
They are a juggalo? I have never heard of a well, actually, no, I have heard of juggalos. It's just been a long-ass time. I don't know what a juggalo is.
Top surgery? Is this a man? Is this a woman? I don't know what's going on. Let me listen to the voice real quick.
Whoa, you can't tell. Wait a minute. You can't tell if this person's a man or a woman. That's crazy. That's wild. Maybe that's part of the point. You ever thought about that? Just a thought. Yeah, isn't it just like, yeah, it's not fetish gear. Like, it looks a little bit leathery. I guess you could mistake it as fetish gear, the thing over this chest. I didn't say anything about it because I guess you could mistake it as that, but like, it is just a strap over the chest for your backpack. Like, it's not necessarily fetishistic.
Like, hold on.
Used to
I think
listen
it's
to
publicly
outside
acceptable.
people, you know, the refusing to learn, essentially. I think that is a large part of it.
You know what?
See, like, you're sitting here and fucking contemplating whether this person's a man or a woman. Like, who gives a shit? Who cares? Just let people be people.
You fool? I don't know what this person was born as. I'm gonna be honest. You guys.
Why do you care so much? Ooh, you care so much about gender. Why do you care? I don't care. That person's a person. And they get they-them'd until they say otherwise. Okay? That's how I operate.
You'll have to let me know. You know, I'm trying to look underneath the makeup and everything that's going on there, and I can't figure it out.
That's
But
weird. This is
I
weird
gotta
behavior.
say,
You're
it's
the weird one
screaming
here.
Cult for somebody who's accusing conservatives.
It's not cult. What?
In a cult. And if you go and give like a quick Google search of like the characteristics
How
of
was
a
that
cult,
screaming
you'll find that
cult?
woke leftism falls in your.
Let's see what it says here.
Give like a quick Google search of like the.
Let's see what it says here about people wearing makeup and green hair and having tape over your chest. Isolating members and penalizing them for leaving. Seeking inappropriate loyalty to their leaders. Dishonoring the family unit. Absolute authoritarianism without meaningful accountability. Wait, dishonoring the family unit. Where did she get this? A quick Google search. Hold on. Cult-related activity. Here we go. So this is from Bethune-Cookman University. Extreme religious, philosophical, or spiritual beliefs focus on a particular personality, object, or goal. I wouldn't agree with dishonoring the family unit. That sounds pretty right-wing to me. No tolerance for questions or critical inquiry, no meaningful financial disclosure regarding budget expenses such as independently audited financial statement, unreasonable fear about the outside world. This is absolutely a conservative thing right here. There is no legitimate reason to leave. Former followers are always wrong in leaving, negative or even evil. Well, the difference between liberals and conservatives is if you leave liberalism to go be a conservative, that is objectively going toward the evil side. So... cults like to say if your family doesn't believe what you believe, leave them. I guess. I see what it means. I just think that you could have worded this better. Like, dishonoring the family unit is, like, very conservative coded to me. I don't know. Anyway. Nothing about that says anything about makeup and hair. That's my point.
The characteristics of a cult.
Or tape
You'll
over
find
the
that woke
chest.
leftism falls in nearly every single category and characteristic that is used to measure a cult.
Prove it.
And of course, we can cherry pick and attribute the same thing to conservative.
Bethune-Cookman University is affiliated with the United Methodist Church. Yeah, there you go.
Conservatives. I'll just say at the end of the day, I don't know that this is the person that I'm looking to for a high-powered analysis of conservatives and whether or not they exist in a cult. And that's all I'm going to say about that one. Let me shut my mouth.
Hold on, what? Let me see.
For a high-powered analysis. At the end of the day, I don't know that this is the person that I'm looking to for a high-powered analysis of conservatives and whether or not they exist in a cult. And that's all I'm going to say about
Yeah, because that person was just some random fucko on the street. Like, who cares what their opinion is? I'm not saying that I don't care about that person, but like, yeah. I wouldn't look to them either for that because they're not a content creator claiming to be an expert. They're just trying to live their fucking life. And then people come up to them and they're like, oh, what do you think about gender? Like, it's silly.
About that one. Let me shut my mouth. Okay, we're going to move on. This next one is about gaming. We all know that the video gaming...
All I need to know about Juggalos is that every once in a while Nazis try to ingratiate themselves with them and the Nazis get their asses beat every time. Nice. Got it. I'm going to stop here because the debate between JD Vance and our boy Walls is about to begin. But yeah, this was a really dumb fucking video. I don't have much more to add to it, except for Amala Ekpuboni, I believe it's pronounced. Amala Ekpuboni. Ekpunobi. Sorry if I'm pronouncing that wrong, but fuck you. You're stupid, and nothing you said here made any sense. Okay. 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 I gotta go to the bathroom real quick, and then we'll start. Okay, no time to dally. No time to dilly-dally. EP debate.
JD Vance and Minnesota Democratic Governor Tim Walz.
That's right. It is also potentially, if you haven't noticed, possibly
all right,
the last
it's about to
debate
start.
we'll see before Election Day.
Here we go.
Election Day now just 35 days away, 5 weeks.
I may or may not upload this. We'll see.
What people will be looking at and what we'll all be talking about in a little while. We will have in-depth analysis once the debate concludes here on NBC. But tonight's event is hosted by CBS News in their studio in New York, just a few blocks from here.
Yeah, and as the last debate was
Sorry,
between the
quiet.
running mates, Donald Trump and Kamala Harris, there's no audience in there tonight. So each candidate is going to have 2 minutes for their
that loud
answers,
enough?
and then there's a rebuttal. And the moderators have said, Lester, there will be some fact-checking, but they're really counting on the candidates to fact-check each other.
By the way, I'm gonna try to do it here, but if the stream cuts off, if the stream suddenly cuts off, we might have to switch gears. So just be ready for that.
Network Studios, West 57th, here in the heart of Manhattan, and watch this debate.
Presidential debate.
Here we go. Come on, baby. There they are.
Nora O'Donnell, and thank you for joining us for tonight's CBS
There's
News
our boy.
Vice
There's our
Presidential
boy.
Debate. We want to welcome our viewers on
Woo!
CBS, on other networks here in the U.S. and around the world. We have a consequential night ahead, and our focus is the issues that matter to you, the voter. Let's introduce the candidates.
It's gonna be
Minnesota's
good.
Democratic Governor Tim Walz and Ohio's Republican Senator J.D. Vance tonight meeting for the first time.
God damn.
I'm Margaret Brennan. In order to have
Okay.
a thoughtful
Weird stall.
and civil debate,
Oh, wait.
these are the rules
They didn't
that
switch
both
the camera
campaigns
over.
have agreed to. Questions will be directed at one candidate who will have 2 minutes to respond. The other candidate will be allowed 2 minutes for rebuttal. Then each candidate will get another minute to make further points, with an additional 1 minute each at the discretion of the moderator. The primary role of the moderators is to facilitate the debate between the candidates.
Yeah, I don't think they're
enforce
fact-checking
the
this.
rules, and provide the
Wait, why does it
candidates
keep
with the
slipping down?
opportunity to fact-check claims made by each other.
Whatever.
CBS News reserves the right to mute the candidates' microphones to maintain decorum. We have not shared the questions or topics with the campaigns.
I
The
don't know if it's
stage
gonna
is
help or
set.
hurt
Governor, Senator,
that they don't
thank
mute.
you for joining us. Let's get started.
Because they're not muting
Tonight,
while
our
the other
country
person's
is
talking.
facing several unfolding crises. The Middle East is on the brink of war. Americans are suffering from the catastrophic impact of Hurricane Helene. And now a labor strike as 25,000 dock workers from Maine to Texas are picketing. We're going to begin tonight
Nice.
with the
Based.
Middle East.
Margaret. Thank you, Nora.
Oh no, they're
Earlier
starting off
today,
hot.
Iran launched
Hot.
the largest attack yet on Israel, but that attack failed thanks to joint U.S. and Israeli defensive action.
Oh, no.
President Biden has
It'll be
deployed
really
more than
interesting to see
40,000
Walz's take
U.S.
on this.
military personnel and assets to that region over the past year to try to prevent a regional war. Iran is weakened, but the U.S. still considers it the largest state sponsor of terrorism in the world, and it has drastically
It's terrorism when they do
reduced
it, by the way.
the time it would
When the
take
brown
to
people
develop
do
a
it.
nuclear weapon. It is down now to 1 or 2 weeks' time. Governor Walz, if you were the final voice in the Situation Room, would
What's
you
up, King?
support or oppose a preemptive strike by Israel on Iran? You have 2 minutes.
Well, thank you, and thank you for those joining at home tonight.
Here we go.
Let's keep in mind where this started. October 7th, Hamas terrorists massacred over 1,400
Yeah, of
Israelis and
course.
took prisoners. Israel's ability to be able to defend itself is
Oh, he's
absolutely
nervous.
fundamental.
He's so nervous.
Getting
Come
its,
on, man.
Hostages back, fundamental, and ending the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. But the expansion of Israel and its proxies is an absolute fundamental necessity for the United States to have the steady leadership there. You saw it experienced today,
come on.
where along with our Israeli partners and our coalition, able to stop the incoming attack. But what's fundamental here is that steady leadership is going to matter. It's clear, and the world saw it on that debate stage a few weeks ago. A nearly 80-year-old Donald Trump talking about crowd sizes is not what
Okay.
we need in this moment. But
Okay.
it's not just that. It's those that were closest to Donald Trump that understand how dangerous he is when the world is this dangerous. His chief of staff, John Kelly, said that he was the most flawed human being he'd ever met. And both of his secretaries of defense and his national security advisors said he should be nowhere near the White House. Now, the person closest to them, Donald Trump, said he's unfit for the highest office. That was Senator Vance. What we've seen out of Vice President Harris is we've seen steady
He's hitting
leadership.
good. He's hitting good
We've
talking
seen
points.
a calmness that is able to draw on the coalitions to bring them together. Understanding that our allies matter.
He's a little off topic,
When
but it's
our
fine.
allies
This happens all
see
the time. I
Donald
think this is
Trump
fine.
turn towards Vladimir Putin, turn towards North Korea. When we start to see that type of fickleness around holding the coalitions together,
He questioned
we will
dodged a
stay
bit.
committed. And as the vice president said today we will protect our forces and our allied forces, and there will be consequences.
Governor, your time is up.
I think
Senator
that was
Vance,
a
the same
fair
question.
answer.
Would
Not
you
my favorite,
support
but
or oppose a
we knew that
preemptive
was
strike
coming.
by Israel on Iran? You have 2 minutes.
So, Margaret, I want to answer the question. First of all, thanks, Governor. Thanks to CBS for hosting the debate. And thanks, most importantly, to the American people who are watching this evening and caring enough about this country to pay attention to this vice presidential debate. I want to answer the question, but I want to actually give an introduction myself a little bit because I recognize a lot of Americans don't know who either one of us are. I was raised in a working class family. My mother required food assistance for periods of her life. My grandmother required Social Security help to raise me. And she raised me in part because my own mother struggled with addiction for a big chunk of my early life.
Wait, he didn't answer the question.
I went to college on the GI Bill after I
He said he was
enlisted in
going to
the
answer the
Marine Corps
question.
and served in Iraq. And so I stand here asking to be your vice president with extraordinary gratitude for this country, for the American dream that made it possible for me to live my dreams.
Wait, he's not even talking about foreign policy.
I know that a lot of you are worried about the chaos in the world and the feeling that the American dream is unattainable. I want to try to convince you tonight over the next 90 minutes that if we get better leadership in the White House, if we get Donald Trump back in the White House, the American dream is going to be attainable once again. Now, to answer this particular question, we have to remember that as much as Governor Walz just accused Donald Trump of being an agent of chaos, Donald Trump actually delivered stability in the world, and he did it by establishing effective deterrence. People were afraid of stepping out of line.
The leader
Iran, which launched this attack, has received over $100 billion in unfrozen assets thanks to the Kamala Harris administration. What do they use that money for? They use it to buy weapons that they're now launching against our allies, and God forbid, potentially launching against the United States as well. Donald Trump recognized that for people to fear the United States, you needed peace through strength. They needed to recognize that if they got out of line, the United States global leadership would put stability and peace back in the world. Now, you asked about a preemptive strike, Margaret, and I want to answer the question. Look, it is up to Israel.
He broke
what they
international
think they
law
need to do
killing
to
that
keep
one
their
guy.
country safe, and we should support our allies wherever they are when they're fighting the bad guys. I think that's the right approach to take with the Israel question.
Thank you, Senator. Governor Walz,
I don't think that was
do you
very
care
good.
to respond to any of the allegations?
Well, look, Donald Trump was in office. We'll sometimes hear a revisionist history, but when Donald Trump was in office, it was Donald Trump who we had a coalition of nations that had boxed Iran's nuclear program in, the inability to advance it. Donald Trump pulled that program
he did this. I
and
remember.
put nothing else in its place. So Iran is closer to a nuclear weapon than they were before because of Donald Trump's fickle leadership.
Yeah,
And when
it's always
Iran
up to the
shot down
Democratic
an American
administration
aircraft in international
following
airspace,
Republicans to pick up the
Donald
mess.
Trump tweeted, because that's the standard diplomacy of Donald Trump. And when Iranian missiles did fall near U.S. troops and they received traumatic brain injuries, Donald Trump wrote it off as headaches. Look, our allies understand
I didn't know that one.
that Donald Trump is fickle. He will go to whoever has the most flattery or where it makes sense to him. Steady leadership like you witnessed today, like you witnessed in April. Both Iranian attacks were repelled. Our coalition is strong, and we need the steady leadership that Kamala Harris is providing.
I thought that was
Senator
solid.
Vance, the U.S. did have a diplomatic deal with
He was a little
Iran
nervous
to
at first, but he's on his
temporarily
game.
pause parts of its nuclear program, and President Trump did exit that deal. He recently said, just 5 days ago, the U.S. must now make a diplomatic deal with Iran because the consequences are impossible.
Now suddenly he's a deal maker.
Did he make a mistake? You have 1 minute.
Well, first of all, Margaret, diplomacy is not a dirty word, but I think that's something that Governor Walz just said is quite extraordinary. You yourself just said Iran is as close to a nuclear weapon today as they have ever been. And Governor Walz, you blame Donald Trump. Who has been the vice president for the last 3.5 years? And the answer is your running mate, not mine. Donald Trump consistently made the world more secure.
Yeah, but you can't just go in and out of a deal with Iran. You can't just do that.
That led us to where we are right now, and you can't ignore October the 7th, which I appreciate Governor Walz bringing up. But when did Iran and Hamas and their proxies attack Israel? It was during the administration of Kamala Harris. So
I'm getting an
Governor
error
Walz can
message.
criticize Donald
Can
Trump's
you guys still see me
tweets,
okay?
but effective, smart diplomacy and peace through strength is how you bring stability back to a very broken world. Donald Trump has already done it once before. Ask yourself at
lagging?
home,
Oh, shit.
when was the last time, I'm 40 years old, when was the last time that an American
I might have
president
to
didn't
stop and
have a
start
major
again.
conflict break out? The only answer is during the 4 years that Donald Trump was president.
Gentlemen, we have a lot to get to. Nora?
Margaret, thank you. Let's turn
Yeah,
now to
Vance is getting
Hurricane
super
Helene.
defensive.
The storm could become one of the deadliest on record. More than 160 people are dead and hundreds more are missing. Scientists say climate
You're all
change
good.
makes these hurricanes larger, stronger, and more deadly
You're 5 by
because
5? Oh,
of the
great.
historic rainfall. Senator Vance,
You can still
according to
hear me,
CBS
whatever.
News polling, 7 in 10 Americans and more than 60% of Republicans under the age of 45
Okay, I think it's
favor
fine
the U.S.
again.
taking steps to try and reduce climate change. Senator, what responsibility would the Trump administration have to try and reduce the impact of climate change?
Ooh,
I'll give
they
you
don't
2
even
minutes.
believe
Sure.
that climate
So
change
first of
is
all,
a real
let's
thing.
start with the hurricane because it's an unbelievable, unspeakable human tragedy. I just saw today actually a photograph of 2 grandparents on a roof with a 6-year-old child, and it was the last photograph ever taken
Appeal
of
to
them
emotion.
because the roof
Nobody
collapsed
cares.
and those innocent people lost their lives. And I'm sure Governor Walz joins me in saying our hearts go out to those innocent people, our prayers go out to them, and we want as robust and aggressive as a federal response as we can get to save as many lives as possible, and then of course afterwards to help the people in those communities rebuild. I mean, these are communities that I love. Some of them I know very personally in Appalachia, all across the Southeast. They need their government to do their job, and I commit that when Donald Trump is president again, the government will put the citizens of this country first when they suffer from a disaster. Now, Nora, you asked about climate change. I think this is a very important issue. Look, a lot of people are justifiably
this shit
worried
doesn't
about all these
happen.
crazy weather patterns. I think it's important for us, first of all, to say Donald Trump and I support clean air, clean water. We want the environment to be cleaner and safer. But one of the things that I've noticed some of our Democratic friends talking a lot about is a concern about carbon emissions, this idea that carbon emissions drives all of the climate change. Well, let's just say that's true, just for the sake of argument, so we're not arguing about weird science. Let's just say that's true.
Yeah.
Well, if you believe that, what would you want to do? The answer is that you'd want to reshore as much American manufacturing as possible, and you'd want to produce as much energy as possible in the United States of America because we're the cleanest economy in the entire world. What have Kamala Harris's policies actually led to? More energy production in China, more manufacturing overseas, more doing business in some of the dirtiest parts of the entire world. And when I say that, I mean the amount of carbon emissions they're doing per unit of economic output.
But
so
they-
if we
but
actually
they-
care about getting
but
cleaner
they-
air and cleaner water, the best thing
We're
to
not
do
in
is
China,
to double down
dumbass.
and invest in
Even
American
I know this
workers
shit.
and the American people. And unfortunately, Kamala Harris has done exactly the opposite.
Governor Walz, you have 2 minutes to respond.
Well, we got close to an agreement because all those things are happening. Look, first of all, it is a horrific tragedy with this hurricane, and my heart goes out to the folks that are down there in contact with the governors. I serve
One that did
as
not need to happen, by the way.
co-chair of the Council of Governors as we work together.
did
on
not
these
need to have
emergency
that
managements.
hurricane.
Governors know no partisanship. They work together. So all of the governors and the emergency responders are on the ground. Those happen on the front end. The federal government comes in, makes sure they're there that we recover, but we're still in that phase where we need to make sure that they're staying there, staying focused. Now, look, coming back to the climate change issue, there's no doubt this thing roared onto the scene faster and stronger than anything we've seen. Senator Vance has said that there's a climate problem in the past. Donald Trump called it a hoax and then joked that these things would make more beachfront property to be able to invest in. What
Which
we've
is
seen
very
out
weird.
of the Harris administration now, the Biden-Harris administration, is we've seen this investment.
That's not
We've
how that
seen
works.
massive investments, the biggest in global history that we've seen in the Inflation Reduction Act, has created jobs all across the country. 2,000 in Jeffersonville, Ohio, taking the EV technology that we invented and making it here. 200,000 jobs across the country. The largest solar manufacturing plant in North America sits in Minnesota. But my farmers know climate change is real. They've seen 500-year droughts, 500-year floods back to back. But what they're doing is adapting, and this has allowed them to tell me, look, I harvest corn, I harvest soybean, and I harvest wind. We are producing more natural gas and more oil at any time than we ever have. We're also producing more clean energy. So the solution for us is to continue to move forward, that climate change is real. Reducing our impact is absolutely critical, but this is not a false choice. You can do that at the same time you're creating the jobs that we're seeing all across the country.
This is a
That's
false
exactly
choice, is
what
what
this
he meant to say.
administration has
But
done.
yeah.
We are seeing us becoming an energy superpower for the future, not just the current. And that's what absolutely makes sense. And then we start thinking about how do we
He's
mitigate
right, by the way.
these disasters.
That's
Thank
not a
you.
real
Senator,
choice.
I want to give you an opportunity to respond there. The governor mentioned that President Trump has called climate change a hoax. Do you agree?
Well, look, what the president has said is that if the Democrats, in particular Kamala Harris and her leadership, if they really believe that climate change is serious, what they would be doing is more manufacturing and more energy production in the United States of America, and that's not what they're doing. So clearly, Kamala Harris herself doesn't believe her own rhetoric on this. If she did, she would actually agree with Donald Trump's energy policies. Now, something Governor Walz said I think is important to touch upon, because when we talk about clean energy, I think that's a slogan that often the Democrats will use here. And I'm talking, of course, about the Democratic leadership. And the real issue is that if you're spending hundreds of millions or even billions of dollars of American taxpayer money on solar panels that are made in China, number one, you're going to make the economy dirtier. We should be making more of those solar panels here in the United States of America. Some of them are, Tim, but a lot of them are being made overseas in China, especially the components that go into those solar panels. So if you really want to make the environment cleaner, you've got to invest in more energy production. We haven't built a nuclear facility, I think, one in the past 40 years.
You have to make the environment cleaner.
Kamala Harris has done the opposite. That's raised energy prices and also meant that we're doing
Senator,
worse by the
time
climate.
is up. Governor, would you like to respond?
Well, look, we're producing more natural gas than we ever have. There's no moratorium on that. We're producing more oil. But the folks know, and like I said again, these are not liberal folks. These are not folks that are Green New Deal folks. These are farmers that have been drought one year, massive flooding the next year. They understand that it makes sense. Look, our #1 export cannot be topsoil from erosion from these massive storms. We saw it in Minnesota this summer. And thinking about how do we respond to that, we're thinking ahead on this. And what Kamala Harris has been able to do in Minnesota, we're starting to weatherproof some of these things. The infrastructure law that was passed allows us to think about mitigation in the future. How do we make sure that we're protecting by burying our power lines? How do we make sure that we're protecting lakefronts and things that we're seeing more and more of? But to call it a hoax and to take the oil company executives to Mar-a-Lago, say, give me money for my campaign and I'll let you do whatever you want. We can be smarter about that, and an all-above energy policy is exactly what she's doing, creating those jobs right here.
Governor, your time is up. The overwhelming consensus among scientists is that the Earth's climate is warming at an unprecedented rate. Margaret?
Oh, I thought they were going to fact check.
We're going to turn now to immigration. The crisis at the U.S.
Very
Mexico
sneaky, by the
border
way.
consistently ranks as
By
one of
J.D.
the
Vance.
top issue for American voters.
He didn't confirm or
Senator
deny
Vance, your
that climate change is a
campaign
hoax.
is pledging
Very
to carry
sneaky.
out the largest mass deportation plan in American history and to use
Which
the
is
U.S.
insane.
military to do so. Could you be more specific about exactly how this will work? For
Ooh,
example,
good question.
would you deport parents who have entered the U.S. illegally and separate them from any of their children who
Which
were
they did.
born
They
on
have done
US
that
soil?
already.
You have 2 minutes.
So
Trump's
first of all, Margaret,
administration
before we
did
talk
that.
about deportations, we have to stop the bleeding. We have a historic immigration crisis because Kamala Harris started and said that she wanted to undo all of Donald Trump's border policies.
I bet Walz is going to
94
kill on this.
executive
I bet he's going to do really
suspending
well.
deportations, decriminalizing illegal aliens, massively increasing the asylum fraud that exists in our system. That has opened the floodgates. And what it's meant is that a lot of fentanyl is coming into our country. I had a mother who struggled with opioid addiction and has gotten clean. I don't want people who are struggling with addiction to be deprived of their second chance because Kamala Harris let in fentanyl into our communities at record levels. So you've got to stop the bleeding. You've got to re-implement Donald Trump's border policies, build the wall, re-implement deportations. And that gets me to your point, Margaret, about what do we actually do? So we've got 25 million illegal aliens who are here in the country. What do we do with them? I think the first thing that we do is we start with the criminal migrants. About 1 million of those people have committed some form of crime in addition to crossing the border illegally. I think you start with deportations on those folks. And then I think you make it harder for illegal aliens to undercut the wages of American
just charge them all
workers.
with crime.
A lot of people will go home if they can't work for less than minimum wage in our own country. And by the way, that'll be really good for our workers who just want to earn
make them
a
legal.
fair wage for doing
Just
a good
legalize
day's
them.
work. And the final point, Margaret, is you ask about family separation. Right now in this country, Margaret, we have
That's what I thought too, Guitar Rocker.
320,000 children that the Department of Homeland Security has effectively lost. Some of them have been sex trafficked. Some of them hopefully are at homes with their families. Some of them have been used as drug trafficking mules. The real family separation policy in this country is unfortunately Kamala Harris's wide open southern border.
They only
And I'd
use
ask my
that.
fellow Americans to remember when she came into office, she said she was going to do this. Real leadership would be saying, you know what, I screwed up. We're going to go back to Donald Trump's border policies. I wish that she would do that. It would be good for all of us.
The children being used
Governor,
as drug mules thing is like
do you
an
care to
excuse
respond to
separate
any
them
of the
from their
specific
parents.
allegations, including that the vice president is, quote, letting in fentanyl and using kids as drug mules, among other things regarding children?
The drug mule is not true, but I will say about this, about the fentanyl, because this is a crisis of this, the opioid crisis. And the good news on this is the last 12 months saw the largest decrease in opioid deaths in our nation's history, 30% decrease in Ohio, but there's still more work to do. But let's go back to this on immigration.
know that.
Kamala Harris was the Attorney General of the largest state and a border state in California. She's the only person in this race who prosecuted transnational gangs for human trafficking and drug interventions. But look, we all want to solve this. Most of us want to solve this. And that is the United States Congress. That's the Border Patrol agents. That's the Chamber of Commerce. That's most Americans out here. That's why we had the fairest and the toughest bill on immigration that this nation's seen. It was crafted by a conservative senator from Oklahoma, James Lankford. I know him. He's super conservative, but
It
he's a
was
man
way
of
too
principle,
tough, by
wants
the
to get
way.
it done. Democrats and Republicans worked on this piece of legislation. The Border Patrol said, this is what we need in here. These are the experts. And the Chamber of Commerce and the Wall Street Journal said, pass this thing. Kamala Harris helped get there. 1,500 new border agents. Detection for drugs.
Just real quick, the deal, from what I understand, was like really way too militaristic. But the fact that they keep bringing up that the Republicans are the ones who shut it down is really good rhetoric. Like, that is just good messaging.
Because it gives him a campaign issue. It gives him to, what would Donald Trump talk about if we actually did some of these things? And they need to be done by the legislature. You can't just do this through the executive branch.
Like, that's a terrible look for the
we
Republicans.
have the options to do this. Donald Trump had 4 years.
Who's winning? I
He had
think
4 years
Walz
to do
has the
this.
edge,
And
but
he
I'm not sure
promised
yet.
you, America, how easy
Too
it
early
would
to
be.
tell.
I'll build you a big, beautiful wall, and Mexico will pay for it. Less than
Big,
2%
beautiful
of
wall.
that wall got built, and Mexico didn't pay a dime. But here we are again, 9 years after he came down that escalator, dehumanizing people and telling them what he was going to do. As far as the deportation plan, at one point, Senator Vance said it was so unworkable to be laughable. So that's where we're at. Pass the bill, she'll sign it.
Governor, your time is up. Senator, the
Okay,
question
that was
was,
solid.
will you separate parents from their children, even if their kids are U.S. citizens? You
Come
have
on,
1
let's
minute.
go.
Margaret, my point is that we already have
Come on, couch
massive
boy.
child separations thanks to Kamala Harris's open border. And I didn't accuse Kamala Harris of inviting drug mules. I said that she
Not
enabled
answering
the
the
Mexican
question.
drug cartels to operate freely in this country. And we know that they use children as drug mules, and it is a disgrace, and it has to stop. Look, I think what Tim said just doesn't pass the smell test. For 3 years, Kamala Harris went out bragging that she was going to undo Donald Trump's border policy. She did exactly that. We had a record number of illegal crossings. We had a record number of fentanyl coming into our country. And now that she's running for president, or a few months before, she says that somehow she got religion and cared a lot about a piece of legislation. The only thing that
Cared a lot
she
about
did
religion.
when she became the vice president, when she became the appointed border
Did I-
czar,
did I mishear
was
that?
to undo 94 Donald Trump executive actions that opened the border. This problem is leading to massive problems in the United States of America. Parents who can't afford health care, schools that are overwhelmed.
Donald
It's got
Trump
to stop, and it
separated
will when
parents
Donald
from their
Trump is
kids
president.
while he was in
Senator, Your
office.
time is up. Governor,
Didn't answer the question.
What about
Didn't answer.
our CBS News polling, which does show that a majority of Americans, more than 50%, support mass deportations?
Look, we fixed this
That's
issue
abhorrent.
with a bill that
What
is
a
necessary,
disgusting
but
nation.
The issue on this is what happens when you don't want to solve it. You demonize it. And we saw this. And Senator Vance, and it surprises me on this, talking about and saying, I will create stories to bring attention to this.
True.
That vilified a large number of people who were here
Pop off.
legally in the community of Springfield. The Republican governor said, it's not true. Don't do it. There's consequences for this. There's consequences. We could come together. Senator Lankford did it. We could come together and solve this if we didn't let Donald Trump continue to make it an issue. And the consequences in Springfield were the governor had to send state law enforcement to escort kindergartners to school.
Yep.
I believe Senator Vance wants to solve this.
That happened.
But by standing with Donald Trump and not working together to find a solution, it becomes a talking point. And when it becomes a talking point like this, we dehumanize and villainize other human beings.
Tim,
Governor, your time is up. Senator, I'll give you 1 minute, but let me just ask you the question first. The governor has made the point, and I think as a sitting lawmaker, you know that Congress controls the purse strings and any funding. So you have said repeatedly that Donald Trump would through executive action, solve this? Do you disagree that Congress controls the purse strings and would need to support many of the changes that you would actually want to implement? You have 1 minute.
Look, Margaret, first of all, the gross majority of what we need to do at the southern border is just empowering law enforcement to do their job.
That
I've been to
answers
the
the
southern
question.
border more than our borders are. Kamala Harris has been. And it's actually heartbreaking because the Border Patrol agents, they just want to be empowered to do their job. Of course, additional resources would help, but most of this is about the president and the vice president empowering our law enforcement to say, if you try to come across the border illegally, you've got to stay in Mexico, you've got to go back through proper channels. Now, Governor Walz brought up the community of Springfield, and he's very worried about the things that I've said in Springfield. Look, in Springfield, Ohio, and in communities all across this country, you've got schools that are overwhelmed, you've got hospitals that are overwhelmed, you have got housing that is totally unaffordable because we brought in millions of illegal immigrants.
That's not why it's unaffordable.
For scarce homes. The people that
Wait,
I'm
the
most
housing
worried about in
prices,
Springfield,
property
Ohio,
values
are the
went up?
American citizens who have had their lives destroyed by Kamala Harris's open border. It is a disgrace, Tim. And I actually think
I just find that
agree with you.
interesting.
I think you want to
that
solve
property
this
values
problem,
went up
but I don't think that Kamala
when
Harris
immigrants
does.
came in.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, you have 1 minute to respond.
Yeah, well, it is law enforcement that asked for the bill. They helped craft it. They're the ones that supported it. That's because they know we need to do this. Look, this issue of continuing to bring this up, of not dealing with it, of blaming migrants for everything. On housing, we could talk a little bit about Wall Street speculators buying up housing and making them less affordable. But it becomes a blame.
Off.
This bill also gives the money necessary to adjudicate. I agree. It should not take 7 years for an asylum claim to be done. This bill gets it done in 90 days. Then you start to make a difference in this, and you start to adhere to what we know, American principles. Look, I don't talk about my faith a lot, but Matthew 25:40 talks about, to the least amongst us you do unto me. I think that's true of most Americans. They simply want order to it. This bill does it. It's funded. It's supported by the people who do it, and it lets us keep our dignity about how we treat other people.
Thank
That
you,
was
Governor.
really
and
good.
just to
Well
clarify
done.
for our viewers, Springfield, Ohio does have a large number of Haitian migrants who have legal status, temporary protected status. Nora?
Thank you.
Senator, we have so much to get to.
Moving on, baby. Shut the fuck up, couch fucker.
The rules were that you guys weren't going to fact check, and since you're fact checking me, I think it's
Yeah,
important
you
to say
fact
what's
checked.
actually going on.
Ew.
So there's an application called the CBP.
Wow, they're just letting them
where
roll.
You can
Go ahead.
on as an illegal migrant, apply for asylum or apply for parole.
They're
and
not
be
muting his
granted
mic.
Legal status at the wave of a Kamala Harris open border wand. That is not a person coming in applying for a green
They better
card
let
and
Walz
waiting for 10
respond,
years.
or I'm gonna
That is
spit
just
fire.
a facilitation of illegal immigration, Margaret, by
Thank
our
you,
own
Senator, for
leadership.
describing
Can I respond?
the legal process. We have so much to get to, Senator.
Come on, Walz.
Those
We have
laws
so
have been on
much.
the books since 1990.
Thank you, gentlemen.
The
we
CBP
want to
app has not been on the books since 1990. It's something that Kamala Harris.
Ah, mute his ass.
Gentlemen,
Let's go.
The audience can't hear you
Mad,
because the mics are cut.
mad.
We have so much we want to
Dude,
get to. Thank you for explaining
That
the
was
legal
perfect.
process.
No, that was
Nora.
insanely
Thank you,
good.
Margaret.
The economy
Insanely
is a
good
top
timing.
concern
Very well
for
done.
Voters. Each of your campaigns has
One-line
released an economic
zinger.
plan,
Boom.
So let's talk about the specifics.
They've been in the book since
Governor
1990.
Walz,
Well,
Vice President
done.
Harris unveiled a plan that includes billions in tax credits for manufacturing, housing, and a renewed child tax credit. The Wharton School says your
That
proposals
was
will
beautiful.
increase the nation's deficit by $1.2 trillion. How would you pay for that without ballooning the deficit? Governor, I'll give you 2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you.
What's the cost of
Kamala Harris
caring
and I
for a
do
child?
believe in the
What
middle
is a
class because that's
reasonable,
where we come
unreasonable
from.
cost?
We both grew up in that. We understand. So those of you out there listening tonight, you're hearing a lot of stuff back and forth, and it's good. It's healthy. That's what this is supposed to happen. You should be listening. How's this going to impact me? The bold forward plan that Kamala Harris put out there is talking about this housing issue. The one thing is there's 3 million new houses proposed under this plan with down payment assistance
really
on the
need
front
that.
end to get you in a house. A house is much more than just an asset to be traded somewhere. It's foundational to where you're at. And then making sure that the things you buy every day, whether they be prescription drugs or other things, that there's fairness in that. Look, the $35 insulin is a good thing. but it cost $5 to make insulin. They were charging $800 before this law went into effect.
True.
As far as the housing goes, I've seen it in Minnesota. 12% more houses in Minneapolis. Prices went down on rent 4%. It's working. And then making sure tax cuts go to the middle class. $6,000 child tax credit, we have one in Minnesota, reduces childhood poverty by 1/3. We save money in the long run.
Imagine
and
that.
We do the right thing for families. And then getting businesses off the ground. The law as it stands right now is $5,000 tax credit for small business, increasing that to $50,000. Now, this is a philosophical difference between us. Donald Trump made a promise, and I'll give you this. He kept it. He took folks to Mar-a-Lago. He said, you're rich as hell, I'm going to give you a tax cut. He gave the tax cuts that predominantly went to the top class. What happened there was an $8 trillion increase in the national debt, the largest ever. Now he's proposing a 20% consumption or sales tax on everything we bring in. Everyone agrees, including businesses, it would be destabilizing it, it would increase inflation and potentially lead to a recession. Look, this is simple for you. Where are we going? Kamala Harris has said to do the things she wants to do, we'll just ask the wealthiest to pay their fair share. When you do that, our
He's
system
cooking
works
so
best.
fucking hard.
More people are participating in it, and folks have the things that they need.
Senator, I want to give you a moment to respond on that. But similarly, the Wharton
That is not
School
an
has done
exaggeration,
analysis
Sidney
of
Blackmore.
the
It was
Trump
insanely
plan
expensive.
and says it would increase the nation's deficit by $5.8 trillion. My question is the same for you. How do you pay for all that without ballooning the deficit? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, you're going to hear a lot from Tim Walz this evening, and you just heard it in the answer, a lot of what Kamala Harris proposes to do. And some of it, I'll be honest with you, it even sounds pretty good. Here's what you won't hear,
all of
is
it,
that Kamala
actually.
Harris has
Most of
already
it.
done it. Because she's been the vice president for 3.5 years. She had the opportunity to enact all of these great
It's
policies.
like a ceremonial
and what she's
position.
actually done instead is drive the cost of food higher by 25%. Drive the
Through
cost
what
of housing
mechanism did
higher
she
by
do
about
that?
60%. Open the American southern border and make middle-class life unaffordable for a large number of Americans. If Kamala Harris has such great plans for how to address middle-class problems, then she ought to do them now. Not when asking for a promotion, but in the job the American people gave her 3.5 years ago.
Dude, I was talking
and
about
the fact
tariffs,
that she
yeah.
isn't tells you a lot about how much you can trust her actual plans. Now, Donald Trump's economic plan is not just a plan, but it's also a record. A lot of those same economists attack Donald Trump's plans, and they have PhDs, but they don't have common sense and they don't have wisdom. Because Donald Trump's economic policies did deliver the highest take-home pay in a
They have
generation in this
PhDs,
country,
by the way.
1.5% inflation, and to boot, peace and security all over the world. So when people say that Donald Trump's economic plan doesn't make sense, I say look at the record. He delivered rising take-home pay for American workers. Now, Tim admirably admits
He did not
that
raise
they
the
want
minimum
to
wage.
undo the Trump tax cuts. But if you look at what was so different about Donald Trump's tax cuts, even from
What?
previous Republican tax cut plans, is that a lot of those resources went to giving more take-home pay to middle-class and working-class Americans. It was passed in 2017.
You mean increasing their
and you saw an
wages?
American economic boom unlike we've
Why is
seen
he saying it like
in
that?
a generation in this country. That is a record that I'm proud to run on, and we're going to get back to that common sense wisdom so that
Wages
you can
did not go
afford
up
to
under
live
Trump. They did
the
not.
American dream again.
That's a
I
lie.
know a lot of you are struggling. I know a lot of you are worried about paying the bills. It's going to stop when Donald Trump brings back common sense to this country.
Governor, do you want to respond
Appealing
to
to
that? What
common
has Kamala
sense.
Harris done for the middle class?
Yeah, well, Kamala Harris's day one was Donald Trump's failure on COVID that led to the collapse of our economy. We were already before COVID in a manufacturing recession, but 10 million people out of work, largest percentage since the Great Depression. 9 million jobs closed on that. That was day one. Whether it was the Infrastructure Act or other things we moved.
Yep,
Now,
they were playing
you made
catch
a
up.
question about experts said this. I've made a note of this. Economists can't be trusted. Science can't be trusted. National security folks can't be trusted. Look, if you're going to be president,
interesting.
you don't have all the answers. Donald Trump believes he does. My pro tip of the day is this. If you need heart
Life pro
surgery,
tip.
listen to the people at the Mayo Clinic in Rochester, Minnesota, not Donald Trump. And the same thing goes with this. And I ask you out
Some
there,
people need to hear that.
teachers, nurses, truck drivers, or whatever, how is it fair that you're paying your taxes every year and Donald Trump hasn't paid any federal tax in the last 15 years, the last year as president? That's what's wrong with the system. There's a way around it, and he's bragged about that. We're just asking for fairness in it, and that's all you want.
You have a minute.
That was
Governor,
really
you say
good. He's
trust
cooking.
the experts. But those same experts for 40 years said that if we shipped our manufacturing base off to China, we'd get cheaper goods. They lied about that. They said if we shipped our industrial base off to other countries, to Mexico and elsewhere, it would make the middle class stronger.
Wait, we did get cheaper goods, though. We did.
They were wrong about the idea that if we made America less self-reliant, less
like it's not good, but we did.
That it would somehow make us better off, and they were wrong about it. And for the first time in a generation, Donald Trump had the wisdom and the courage to say to that bipartisan consensus, we're not doing it anymore. We're bringing American manufacturing back. We're unleashing American energy. We're going to make more of our own stuff. And this isn't just an economic issue. I mean, I've got 3 beautiful little kids at home, 7, 4, and 2, and I love them very much, and I hope they're in bed right now. But look, so many of the drugs, the pharmaceuticals that we put in the bodies of our children are manufactured by nations that hate us. This has to stop, and we're not going to stop it by listening to experts. We're going to stop it by listening to common sense wisdom, which is what Donald Trump governed on.
Senator, Governor Walz, can you address that? I mean, voters say they trust Donald Trump on the economy more. Why?
Well, if you're listening tonight and you want billionaires to get tax cuts, you heard what the numbers were. Look, I'm a union guy on this. I'm not a guy who wanted to ship things overseas, but I understand that, look, we produce soybeans and corn. We need to have fair trading partners. That's something that we believe in. I think the thing that most concerns me on this is Donald Trump was the guy who created the largest trade deficit in American history with China. So the rhetoric is good. Much of what the senator said right there, I'm in agreement with him on this. I watched it happen too. I watched it to my communities, and we talked about that. But we had people undercutting the right to collectively bargain. We had right to work states made it more difficult. We had companies that were willing to ship it over, and we saw people profit. Folks that are venture capital in some cases, putting money into companies that were overseas. We're in agreement that we bring those home. The issue is Donald Trump is talking about it. Kamala Harris has a record, 250,000 more manufacturing jobs just out of the IRA.
May I respond to that?
Yes.
So appreciate that. So if you notice, what Governor Walz just did is he said, first of all, Donald Trump has to listen to the experts. And then when he acknowledged that the experts screwed up, he said, well, Donald Trump didn't do nearly as good of a job as the statistics show that he did. So what Tim Walz is doing, and I honestly, Tim, I think he have a tough job here, because you've got to play whack-a-mole. You've got to pretend that Donald Trump didn't deliver rising take-home pay, which of course he did. You've got to pretend that Donald Trump didn't deliver lower inflation, which of course he did. And then you've simultaneously got to defend Kamala Harris's atrocious economic record, which has made gas, groceries, and housing unaffordable for American citizens. I was raised by a woman who would sometimes go into medical debt so that she could put food on the table in our household. I know what it's like to not be able to afford the things that you need to afford. We can do so much
that's what makes you such a bitch, dude.
We can get back to an America that's affordable again.
You're still a conservative after that shit.
Common sense
Disgusting.
Principles.
I hope we have a conversation on health care then.
Senator, Governor.
Please.
Thank you. Margaret?
We have a lot to get to ahead, gentlemen, on many topics. But right now, I want to talk about personal qualifications. The vice president is often the last voice the president hears before making consequential decisions. We want to ask you about your leadership qualities. Governor Walz, you said you were in Hong Kong during the deadly Tiananmen Square protests in the spring of 1989. But Minnesota Public Radio and other media outlets are reporting that you actually didn't travel to Asia until August of that year. Can you explain that discrepancy?
Yeah, well, and to the folks out there who didn't get at the top of this, look, I grew up in small rural Nebraska.
I haven't heard about that.
Town of 400.
Why are they talking about
town that
this?
you
I don't give a
rode
shit.
your bike with your buddies till the streetlights come on, and I'm proud of that service.
I
joined the National
literally
Guard at
don't give a shit.
17,
Talk about healthcare.
Worked on family farms, and then I used the GI Bill to become a teacher, passionate about it, a young teacher. My first year out, I got the opportunity in the summer of '89 to travel to China. 35 years ago, be able to do that. I came back home and then started a program to take young people there. We would take basketball teams, we would take baseball teams, we would take dancers, and we would go back and forth to China. The issue for that was to try and learn. Now look, my community knows who I am. They saw where I was at. Look, I will be the first to tell you, I have poured my heart into my community. I've tried to do the best I can, but I've not been perfect, and I'm a knucklehead at times, but it's always been about that. Those same people elected me to Congress for 12 years. And in Congress, I was one of the most bipartisan people, working on things like farm bills that we got done, working on veterans benefits. And then the people of Minnesota were able to elect me to governor twice. So look, my commitment has been from the beginning to make sure that I'm there for the people, to make sure that I get this right. I will say more than anything, many times I will talk a lot. I will get caught up in the rhetoric. But being there, the impact it made, the difference it made in my life, I learned a lot about China. I hear the critiques of this. I would make the case that Donald Trump should have come on one of those trips with us. I guarantee you he wouldn't be praising Xi Jinping about COVID. And I guarantee you he wouldn't start a trade war that he ends up losing. So this is about trying to understand the world. It's about trying to do the best you can for your community. And then it's putting yourself out there and letting your folks understand what it is. My commitment, whether it be through teaching, which I was good at, or whether it was being a good soldier or was being a good member of Congress, those are the things that I think are the values that people care about.
I thought that was solid.
Governor, just
Very
to
solid.
follow up on that, the question was, can you explain the discrepancy?
All I said on this was I got there that summer and misspoke on this. So I will just, that's what I've said.
Yeah,
so I was in
yeah.
Hong Kong and China during the democracy protests went in. And from that, I learned a lot of what needed to be in governance.
This is a stupid question. Nobody
Thank
gives
you,
a
Governor.
shit.
Senator Vance, in 2016,
Why would they
you
pin him
called
down
your
on that? They
running
haven't
mate,
pinned
Donald
J.D.
Trump,
Vance down on any
unfit
fucking thing.
for the nation's highest office, and you said he could be America's Hitler. I know you've been asked many times, and you've said you regret those comments and explained you then voted for Donald Trump in 2020. But the Washington Post reported new messages last week in which you also disparaged Trump's economic record while he was president, writing to someone in 2020, quote, Trump thoroughly failed to deliver his economic populism.
These
You're
are
now his
relevant
running
questions.
mate,
That's
and
relevant.
You've shifted many of your policy stances to align with his. If
He
you
doesn't trust
become
his
vice
running mate.
president, why should Americans trust that you will give Donald Trump the advice he needs to hear and not just the advice he wants to hear? You have 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, Margaret, because I've always been open. And sometimes, of course, I've disagreed with the president, but I've also been extremely open about the fact that I was wrong about Donald Trump. I was wrong, first of all, because I believed some of the media stories that turned out to be dishonest
Open like the crack on
fabrications
his
of
couch.
record. But most importantly, Donald Trump delivered for the American people. Rising wages, rising take-home pay, an economy that worked for normal Americans, a secure southern border, a lot of things, frankly, that I didn't think he'd be able to deliver on. And yeah, when you screw up, when you misspeak, when you get something wrong and you change your mind, you ought to be honest with the American people about it. It's one of the reasons, Margaret, why I've done so many
guess that's
interviews
true,
is because I think
Chloe.
it's important to actually explain to the American people where I come down on the issues and what changed. Now, you pointed out to messages from 2020. Margaret, I've been extremely consistent that I think there were a lot of things that we could have done better in the Trump administration the first round if Congress was doing its job.
I think it took the correct
strongly
route. He didn't
believe,
try to
and I've been a
deny it.
United
He just
States
says he
senator,
misspoke.
that Congress is not just a high-class debating society. It's not just a forum for senators and congressmen to whine about problems. It's a forum to govern. So there were a lot of things on the border, on tariffs, for example, where I think that we could have done so much more if the Republican Congress and the Democrats in Congress had been a little bit better about how they govern the country. They were so obsessed with impeaching Donald Trump, they couldn't actually govern. And I want to talk about this tariff issue in particular, Margaret, because Tim just accused this of being a national sales tax. Look, the one thing, and you're probably surprised to hear me praising Joe Biden, but the one thing that Joe Biden did is he continued some of the Trump tariffs that protected American manufacturing jobs. And it's the one issue, the most pro-worker part of the Biden administration, it's the one issue where Kamala Harris has run away from Joe Biden's record. Think about this. If you're trying to employ slave laborers in China at $3
I hope
a
Wallace
day,
is a good note
you're
on this
going
one.
to do that and undercut the wages of American workers unless our country stands
been
up
cooking
for
so
itself
far.
and says you're not accessing our markets unless you're paying middle-class Americans a fair wage.
Senator, your time is up. Nora?
Thank you.
Okay, sorry,
Now
let
to
me
the
move
issue of
my
reproductive
thing.
rights.
I know it's a little late.
Governor
but-
Walz, after Roe versus Wade was overturned, you signed a bill into law that made Minnesota one of the least restrictive states in the nation when it comes to abortion. Former President Trump said in the last debate that you believe abortion, quote, in the 9th month is absolutely fine.
I really
Yes
hope
or
his
no?
answer is that
what
they
you
don't do
support?
that.
I'll give you 2 minutes.
That's not what the bill says, but look, this issue is what's on everyone's mind.
Leave it to doctors.
Donald Trump put this all into motion. He brags about how great it was that he put the judges in and overturned Roe versus Wade, 52 years of personal autonomy. And
Just
then he
say
tells
you
us,
believe
oh,
the doctors.
send it to
You
the
trust the
states. It's a
doctors.
beautiful thing. Amanda Zaworski would disagree with you on it's a beautiful thing. A young bride in Texas waiting for their child at 18 weeks. She has a complication, a tear in the membrane. She needs to go in. The medical care at that point needs to be decided by the doctor.
Yep,
and
there
that
you
would have
go.
been an abortion. But in Texas, that would have put them in legal jeopardy. She went home, got sepsis, nearly dies, and now she may have difficulty having children. Or in Kentucky, Hadley Duval, a 12-year-old child raped and impregnated by her stepfather. Those are horrific. Now, when God asked about that, Senator Vance said, 2 wrongs don't make a right. There is no right in this. So in Minnesota, what we did was restore Roe versus Wade. We made sure that we put women in charge of their health care. But look, this is not where, if you don't know Amanda or a Hadley, you soon will. Their Project 2025 is going to have a registry of pregnancies. It's going to make it more difficult, if not impossible, to get contraception.
I hope
and
he mentions
limit
that J.D.
access,
Vance
if
wrote
not
the foreword.
eliminate access to infertility treatments. For so many of you out there listening, me included, infertility treatments are why I have a child. That's nobody else's business, but those things are being proposed. And the catch-all on this is, well, the states will decide what's right for Texas might not be right for Washington. That's not how this works. This is basic human right. We have seen maternal mortality skyrocket in Texas, outpacing many other countries in the world. This is about health care. In Minnesota, we are ranked first in health care for a reason. That was a good one. We trust women, we trust doctors.
Senator, do you want to respond to the governor's claim? Will you create a federal pregnancy monitoring
That was a really
agency?
good answer.
No, Nora, certainly we won't. And I want to talk about this issue because I know a lot of Americans care about it, and I know a lot of Americans don't agree with everything that I've ever said on this topic. And, you know, I grew up in a working class family in a neighborhood where I knew a lot of young women who had unplanned pregnancies and decided to terminate those pregnancies because they feel like they didn't have any other options. And, you know, one of them is actually
you think
very
they should
dear
all
to
be
me.
in jail?
And I know she's watching tonight, and I love you. And she told me something a couple years ago that she felt like if she hadn't had that abortion, that it would have destroyed her life because she was in an abusive relationship. And I think that what I take from that as a Republican who proudly wants to protect innocent life in this country, who proudly wants to protect the vulnerable, is that my party, we've got to do so much better of a job at earning the American people's trust back on this issue where they frankly just don't trust us. And I think
Of
that's
course
one
they
of the things
don't.
that Donald
You wanna
Trump and
outlaw
I
abortion.
are endeavoring to do. I want us as a Republican Party to be pro-family in the fullest sense of the word. I want us to support fertility treatments. I want us to make it easier for moms to afford to have babies. I want it to make it easier for young families to afford a home so they can afford a place to raise that family. And I think there's so much that we can do on the public policy front just to give women more options. Now, of course, Donald Trump has been very clear that on the abortion policy specifically, that we have a big country and it's diverse. And California has a different viewpoint on this than Georgia. Georgia has a different viewpoint from
Nope,
Arizona.
sorry.
And the
Walls already
proper way
counted
to
this. He
handle
said
this,
basic
as
human
messy as
right.
democracy
Basic
sometimes
human right.
is to let voters make these decisions, let the individual states make their abortion policy. And I think that's what makes the most sense in a very big, a very diverse, and let's be honest, sometimes a very, very messy and divided country.
Governor, would you like to respond and also answer the question about restrictions?
Yeah,
Divided and messy.
The question
That was
got
a
asked
poor
when Donald
landing
Trump
spot.
made the accusation that wasn't true about Minnesota. Well, let me tell you about this idea that there's diverse states. There's a young woman named Amber Thurman. She happened to be in Georgia, a restrictive state. Because of that, she had to travel a long distance to North Carolina to try and get her care. Amber Thurman died in that journey back and forth. The fact of the matter is, how can we as
Trump
a
presidency
nation
won't kill
say
anybody.
that your life and your rights, as basic as the right to control your own body, is determined on geography? There's a very real chance, had Amber Thurman lived in Minnesota, she would be alive today. That's why the restoration of Roe versus Wade. When you listen to Vice President Harris talk about this subject and you hear me talk about it, you hear us talking exactly the same. Donald Trump is trying to figure out how to get the political right of this. I agree with a lot of what Senator Vance said about what's happening.
He's
His
calling him
running
out.
mate, though, does not, and that's the problem.
Governor, your time is up. Senator, let me ask you about that. He mentioned, was, I think, referring to a national ban. In the past, you have supported a federal ban on abortion after 15 weeks. In fact, you said if someone can't support legislation like that, quote, you are making the United States the most barbaric pro-abortion regime anywhere in the entire world. My question is, why have you changed your position?
Well, Nora, first of all, I never supported a national ban. I did when I was running for Senate in 2022 talk about setting some minimum national standard. For example, we have a partial birth abortion.
That's national. That's a national fucking ban.
In this country at the federal level. I don't think anybody's trying to get rid of that, or at least I hope not. Though I know that Democrats have taken a very radical pro-abortion stance. But Nora, you know, one of the things that changed is in the state of Ohio, we had a referendum in 2023, and the people of Ohio voted overwhelmingly, by the way, against my position. And I think that what I learned from that, Nora, is that we've got to do a better job at winning back people's trust. So many young
why
women
would you say that?
would love to have families.
You just said the people of Ohio don't even like you. Fuck off.
Unplanned pregnancy is something that's going to destroy their livelihood, destroy their education, destroy their relationships. And we have got to earn people's trust back. And that's why Donald Trump and I are committed to pursuing
Then don't be
pro-family
against
policies,
abortion,
making
dipshit.
child care more accessible, making fertility treatments more accessible, because we've got to do a better job at that. And that's what real leadership is.
Governor, your response.
Well, I'm going to respond on the pro-abortion piece of that. No, we're not. We're pro-women. We're pro-freedom to make your own choice. We know what the implications are to not be that. Women having miscarriages, women not getting the care, physicians feeling like they may be prosecuted for providing that care. And as far as making sure that we're educating our children and giving them options, Minnesota's a state with one of the lowest teen pregnancy rates. We understand that too. We know that the options need to be available, and we make that true. We also make it, we're a top 3 state for the best place to raise children. But these two things to try and say
He would never admit that
we're
right now,
pro-children, but we don't like this, or you guys are pro-abortion, that's not the case at all. We are pro-freedoms for women to make their choices, and we're going, and Kamala Harris is making the case, to make options for children more affordable, a $6,000 child tax credit, but we're not going to base that on the backs of making someone like Amber Thurman drive 600 miles to try and get health care.
Senator?
May I respond to that? First of all, Governor, I agree with you. Amber Thurman should still be alive, and there are a lot of people who should still be alive, and I certainly wish that she was. And maybe you're free to disagree with me on this and explain this to me, but as I read the Minnesota law that you signed into law, the statute that you signed into law, it says that a doctor who presides over an abortion where the baby survives, the doctor is under no obligation to provide life-saving care to a baby who survives a botched late-term abortion. That is, I think, whether you're pro-choice or pro-abortion, that is fundamentally barbaric. And that's why I use that word, Nora, is because some of what we've seen. Do you want to force Catholic hospitals
just a straight up
to perform
lie.
abortions against their will? Because Kamala Harris has supported suing Catholic nuns to violate their freedom of conscience. We can be a big and diverse country where we respect people's freedom of conscience and make the country more pro-baby and pro-family. But please.
Yes, Governor, please respond.
Look, this is one where there's always something there. This is a very simple proposition. These are women's decisions to make about their healthcare decisions, and the physicians who know best when they need to do this. Trying to distort the way a law is written to try and make a point, that's not it at all.
What was I wrong about, Governor? Please tell me, what was I wrong about?
That is not the way the law is written. Look, I've given I've given this advice on a lot of things, that getting involved, getting engaged, that's been misread, and it was fact-checked at the last debate. But the point on this is there's a continuation of these guys to try and tell women or to get involved. I use this line on this, just mind your own business on this. Things worked best when Roe versus Wade was in place. When we do a restoration
I think he's
of
taking
Roe,
the right
that works best.
the right
That
route by
doesn't
not
preclude
engaging.
us from increasing
No, they're not
funding
fact-checking.
for children. It doesn't
JD Vance
increase
literally
us
said they're
from
not
making sure that
fact-checking.
once that child's born, like in Minnesota, they get meals. They get early childhood education. They get health care. So the hiding behind we're going to do all these other things when you're not proposing them in your budget. Kamala Harris is proposing them. She's proposing all those things to make life easier for families.
I asked a specific question, Governor. You gave me a slogan as a response.
It's not the case. It's not true. That's not what the law says. So they fact-checked it with President Trump.
Gentlemen, there's a lot to discuss. We have to move on, and we're going to be right back with much more of the CBS News Vice Presidential
I think he was correct in his
just a
response
moment.
there. Yeah, I think so far Walz is killing it. But yeah, Seagull, they said Vance literally gave it away. Because he was like, he like was bitching about it. He's like, oh, I thought you guys said you were gonna fact check. So. Tim looks like he's keeping his cool. Yes, he is. He's doing great. And I think that he did a great job of like not even entertaining, like the law doesn't say that. It doesn't say that. Here, let's look it up. Minnesota abortion law. Let's see. Enshrine the right to abortion and other reproductive health care in the Minnesota statutes. Here, let's try Walls, Minnesota abortion law fact check. Here we go. Trump calls out Minnesota abortion law. Trump mentioned Minnesota a few times by way of commenting on Walz' track record, including abortion law in the state. Abortion in the 9th month is absolutely fine. He says execution after birth is execution, no longer abortion. Mentioned infanticide is illegal in all states. Oh yeah, I remember that now. Yeah, that's literally just infanticide. So yeah, it's abortion is allowed in late-term pregnancy, though it's worth noting that these cases are very rare. Lawmakers passed and Walz last year signed a law removing many of the restrictions on abortion in the state, and many of those restrictions had been out of use because of a state court case. So they didn't functionally change anything. The rule blocked laws that required a 24-hour waiting period after speaking with a provider to have an abortion, prevented medical providers other than doctors to perform abortions, and required parental approval from both parents of a minor to obtain an abortion. There you go. Okay. Back to, where is it at? There you go. Got about a minute left if you guys need to go pee or whatever. These debates won't swing either side's committed voters. I don't think they will either, yeah. But it's still entertaining, I guess. I can't believe it's already been an hour. Holy shit. How much longer is this? A half hour? How long is VP debate? It doesn't say. Whatever. This debate is far more exciting than the presidential debate. Yeah, that's what I think.
And make it stick. Voter up.
Get the latest updates on the 2024 election on the NBC News app.
We are back now with tonight's
90 minutes.
vice
Thank you.
presidential
I thought it was only going to be an hour.
Join us for analysis now. Back to the debate.
Welcome
we
back
go.
to the
I'm starting to lose some
CBS
energy.
News vice presidential debate. We want to turn now to America's gun violence epidemic. The leading cause
this
of
is
death
a
for
Walz
children
winner.
and teens in America is by firearms. Senator Vance, you oppose most gun legislation that Democrats claim would curb gun violence. You oppose red flag gun laws and legislation to ban certain semi-automatic rifles, including AR-15s. So let me ask you, earlier this year, for the first time, the parents of a school shooter were convicted of involuntary manslaughter and sentenced to 10 years in prison. Do you think holding parents responsible could curb mass shootings? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, Nora, on that particular case, I don't know the full details, but I certainly trust local law enforcement and local authorities to make those decisions. I think in some cases the answer is going to be yes, and in some cases the answer is going to be no. And the details really matter here, of course. For example, if a kid steals a gun, that's going to be different than if a parent hands over a gun knowing that their kid is potentially dangerous. But look, I want to just sort of speak as a father of 3 beautiful little kids, and our oldest is now in 2nd grade. And like a lot of parents, we send our kids to school with such hope and such joy and such pride at their little faces on the first day of school. And we know, unfortunately, that a lot of kids are going to experience this terrible epidemic of gun violence. And of course, our hearts go out to the families that are affected by this terrible stuff. And we do have to do better. And I think that Governor Walz and I actually probably agree that we need to do better on this. The question is just, how do we actually do it? Now, here's something that really bothers me and worries me about this epidemic of violence. The gross majority, close to 90% in some of the statistics I've seen, of the gun violence in this country is committed with illegally obtained firearms. And while we're on that topic, we know that thanks to Kamala Harris's open border, we've seen a massive influx in the number of illegal guns run by the Mexican drug cartel. So that number, the amount of illegal guns in our country is higher today than it was 3.5 years ago. But what do we do about the schools? What do we do to protect our kids? And I think the answer is, and I say this not loving the answer, because I don't want my kids to go to school most gun violence in a school that feels
committed by
unsafe
people who legally
or
buy
visible signs of security. But I unfortunately think that we have to increase security in our schools. We have to make the doors lock better. We have to make the doors stronger. We've got to make the windows stronger. And of course, we've got to increase school resource officers.
We shouldn't need the schools to be fucking prisons, man.
That we can magically wave a wand and take guns out of the hands of bad guys. It
You
just
said 90%? I don't think that's true.
So
I think that's
we've got to
fake.
make our schools safer, and I think we've got to have some common sense bipartisan solutions for how to do that.
Yeah, make the windows stronger so that the bullets can't penetrate them.
I think all the parents watching tonight, this is your biggest nightmare. Look, I got a 17-year-old, and he witnessed a shooting at a community center playing volleyball. Those things don't leave you. As a member of Congress, I sat in my office surrounded by dozens of the Sandy Hook parents, and they were looking at my 7-year-old picture on the wall. Their 7-year-old were dead. And they were asking us to do something. And look, I'm a hunter. I own firearms. The vice president is. We understand that the Second Amendment is there, but our first responsibility is to our kids to figure this out. In Minnesota, we've enacted enhanced red flag laws, enhanced background checks, and we can start to get data. But here's the problem. If we really want to solve this, we've got folks that won't allow research to be even done on gun violence. And this idea that we should just live with it, here's what I do think, that this is a good start to the conversation. I 100% believe that Senator Vance hates it when these kids, it's abhorrent and it breaks your heart. I agree with that. But that's not far enough when we know there are things that worked. I've spent time in Finland and seen some Finnish schools. They don't have this happen, even though they have a high gun ownership rate in the country. There are reasonable things that we can do to make a difference. It's not infringing on your Second Amendment. And the idea to have some of these weapons out there, it just doesn't make any sense. Kamala Harris, as an attorney general, worked on this issue. She knows that it's there. No one's trying to scaremonger and say we're taking your guns, but I ask all of you out there, do you want your schools hardened to look like a fort? Is that what we have to go when we know
bulletproof glass
countries around the world that their children aren't practicing these types of drills? They're being kids. We owe it to them to get a fix. These are things that shouldn't be that difficult. You can still keep your firearms, and we can make a difference. We have to. If you're listening tonight, this breaks your heart.
Senator.
Tim, first of all, I didn't know that your 17-year-old witnessed a shooting. And I'm sorry about that, and I hope that he's doing okay. Christ have mercy. It is awful. And I appreciate what Tim said actually about Finland, because I do think it illustrates some of the frankly weird differences between our own country's gun violence problem and Finland. Is okay. First of all, we have way higher rates of mental health abuse or mental health substance abuse. We have way higher rates of depression, way higher rates of anxiety. We unfortunately have a mental health crisis in this country that I really do think that we need to get to the root causes of, because I don't think it's the whole reason why we have such a bad gun violence problem, but I do think it's a big piece of it.
I hope Walz is like,
another driver of the gun violence
okay, let's make mental health care free
affecting
then.
our kids. It doesn't earn as many headlines, but is the terrible gun violence problem in a lot of our big cities. And this is why we have to empower law enforcement to arrest the bad guys guys, put them away, and take gun offenders off the streets. I think there's a whole host of things that we can do here, but I do think at our schools we've got to talk about more security.
Senator, thank you. Governor,
I
you
disagree.
previously
They should not be
opposed an
fucking
assault
prisons.
weapons ban, but it's only later in your political career did you change your position. Why?
Yeah, I sat in that office with those Sandy Hook parents. I've become friends with school shooters. I've seen
Good
it.
answer.
Look, the
Very good
NRA, I was
answer.
an NRA guy for a long time. They used to teach gun safety. I'm of an age where my shotgun was in my car so I could pheasant hunt after football practice. That's not where we live today.
I was
And
against the assault weapons
several things
ban.
I want to
Met with the
mention on
parents.
this is
Or sorry, I was
talking
for.
about cities
Sorry.
and where it's at.
Had it
The
right the first
number
time.
one
Whatever.
where the most firearm deaths happen in Minnesota are rural suicides. And we have an epidemic of children getting guns and shooting themselves. And so we have, and we should look at all
Interesting
of the
that
issues.
it's rural. Wonder why.
Making sure folks have health care and all that, but I want to be very careful. This idea of stigmatizing mental health, just because you have a mental health issue doesn't mean you're violent. And I think what we end up doing is we
True.
start looking for a scapegoat.
That's big that he said that.
Sometimes it just is the guns. It's just the guns, and there are things that you can do about it. But I do think that this is one, and I think this is a healthy conversation. I think there's a capacity to find solutions on this that work, protect Second Amendment, protect our children. That's our priority.
Gentlemen, thank you. Margaret?
Very good
Thank you,
answer.
Nora.
That was
Let's turn
excellent.
now to the top contributor to inflation, the high cost of housing and rent. There's a shortage of more than 4 million homes in the United States, and that contributes to the high housing prices. Governor Walz, the Harris campaign promises a $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time home buyers and a $10,000 tax credit.
That was really good,
They
Guitar
also
Rocker, yeah.
promise to build 3 million new homes. Where are you building these homes, and won't handing out that kind of money just drive up prices higher?
No, it's not handing out. We have, first, let me say this issue of housing, and I think those of you listening on this, the problem we've had is that we've got a lot of folks that see housing as another commodity. It can be bought up, it can be shifted, it can be moved around. Those are not folks living in those houses. Those of you listening tonight, that house is a big deal. I bought and owned one house in my life. My mom still lives in the house where I was. And when I think of a house, I'm thinking of Christmas services after midnight mass where you go with your family. We need to make it more affordable. And one of the things, as I said, this program that the
that was
Vice
a neat line.
President
I wish he'd have
is,
dug more into it.
pushing forward and bringing a new way of approaching this is something we're doing in Minnesota from that lead. We in the state invested in making sure our housing was the biggest investment that we'd ever made in housing. It starts to make it easier. We cut some of the red tape. Local folks, look, we can't do it at the federal level, but local folks make it easier to build those homes. And then that down payment assistance. I can tell all of you out there, one of the
He's trying to have it
certainly
both
for
ways.
me,
He's like talking about building the
using the
homes
GI
and
Bill
like,
was one thing, but a veteran's home loan, the big thing about a veteran's home loan is you don't have to pay the down payment. Those are things that make it there. Now, look, you're going to pay it back, and you're going to pay your mortgage. Those are things that we know in the long run, the appreciated value, the generational wealth that's created from it. And I will give Minneapolis an example. Minneapolis is the one city where we've seen the lowest inflation rates. We've seen a 12% increase in stock because we've put some of these things in, and we're implementing
we don't
a
need more
state
houses,
program to
Art.
make
We
sure
don't
we give
need
some
more.
of that down payment
We need
assistance.
more available
we
houses.
get it back from people.
We have
because
plenty
here's
of
what we know.
houses.
People with stable housing end up with stable jobs. People with stable housing have their kids able to get to school.
True.
All of those things in the
True.
long run end up saving our money. And that's the thing that I think we should be able to find some common ground in, but we can't blame immigrants for the only reason. That's not the case that's happening in many cities. The fact of the matter
True.
is that we don't have enough naturally affordable housing, but we can make sure that the government's there to help kickstart it, create that base.
Governor, your time is up. Senator Vance,
That was decent.
as far as your campaign's position, the promise is to seize federal lands to build homes, remove regulation, provide tax breaks, and cut back on immigration, which you say pushes up prices. Where are you going to build all the new homes you're promising, and what part of any of this plan will provide immediate relief? You have 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, Tim just said something that I agree with. We don't want to blame immigrants for higher housing prices, but we do want to blame Kamala Harris for letting in millions of illegal aliens into this country, which does drive up costs, Tim. 25 million illegal aliens
What did
competing
Walz
with
say?
Americans for scarce homes is one of the most significant drivers.
You're literally
of home
doing the
prices
thing,
in
man.
the country. It's why we have massive increases in home prices that have happened right alongside massive increases in illegal alien populations under Kamala Harris's leadership. Now, Tim just mentioned a bunch of ideas. Now, some of those ideas I actually think are halfway decent, and some of them I disagree with. But the most important thing here is Kamala Harris is not running as a newcomer to politics. She is the sitting vice president. If she wants to enact all of these policies to make housing more affordable, I invite her to use the office that the American people already gave her, not sit around and campaign and do nothing while Americans find the American dream of homeownership completely unaffordable. Now, you asked, Margaret, what would immediately
She doesn't have that fucking power,
American
man.
citizens?
She's the vice fucking president.
Energy prices, as Donald Trump says, drill baby drill. One of the biggest drivers of
And also
housing
Republicans
costs,
would
aside
never
from
allow
illegal
it.
immigration, is think about it. If a truck
There's a
driver's paying
majority in
40%
the
more
Senate
for
right now.
diesel, then the lumber he's delivering to the job site to build the house is also going to become a lot more expensive. If we open up American energy, you will get immediate pricing relief for American citizens, not, by the way, just in housing, but in a whole host of other economic goods, too.
Senator Vance, you still have
What did I
23
miss?
seconds
Oh
there.
my
Do you
God,
want to
no.
answer
What did I miss?
where?
Unleash American Energy, got
Governor,
it.
we will get to you in a moment. But Senator, where are you going to seize
Yeah, not
the
gonna let him
federal
talk.
lands? Can you clarify?
Well, what Donald Trump has said is we have a lot of federal lands that aren't
Okay.
being used for
They're just
anything. They're not
letting
being
him
used for
clarify.
national park. They're not being used, and they could be places where we build a lot of housing. And I do think that we should be opening up building in this country. We have a lot
Did you
of
say
land
seize
that
federal
could be
parks?
used. We have a lot of Americans that need homes. We should be kicking out illegal immigrants who are competing for those homes, and we should be building more homes for the American citizens who deserve to be here.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, I do want to let you respond to the allegation that the vice president is letting in
Well, of course, that's not
migrants,
true. And again,
that
you
it's
have the
affecting
facts. I
housing
guess we
prices.
agreed not to fact check. I'll check it. That, look, crossings are down compared to when Donald Trump left office. But it's, again,
That was a zinger.
blaming and not trying to find the solution. I was going to ask, though, on this question, are we going to drill and build houses in the same federal land? And I think when people hear federal lands, these are really important pieces of land. Now, Minnesota doesn't have a lot of federal lands. I know in the western part of the
You said
country
not
we
federal
do.
parks. Got
There's
it.
not a lot of federal lands in and around Minneapolis, for example. So the issue is I don't understand the federal lands issue unless we see this, and I worry about this as someone who cares deeply about our national parks and our federal lands. Look, Minnesota, we protect these things. We've got about 20% of the world's fresh water. These lands protect. They're there for a reason. They belong to all of us. But again, this is when you view housing and you view these things as commodities. Like, there's a chance to make money here. Let's take this federal land and let's sell it to people for that. I think there's better ways to do this. We've seen it in Minnesota. We're able to refurbish some of these houses. We're able to make some investments. That gets people in. And I'm still on the fact on this. Economists, Senator Vance, you said you don't like the economists. Which economists are saying that it is immigrants that's adding to the cost?
Governor,
Where's
your
the study?
time is up. But Senator,
Don't
on that
apologize,
point,
man.
I'd
No,
like for
come
you
on,
to
fuck
clarify
that. Why
there
would you
are many
apologize?
contributing factors to high housing costs. What evidence do you have that migrants are part of this problem?
Well, there's a Federal Reserve study that we're happy to share after the debate. We'll put it up on social media, actually, that really drills down on the connection between increased levels of migration, especially illegal immigration.
Sorry,
and
it
higher
wasn't
housing
that bad.
prices.
I
Now,
just,
of course, Margaret, that's not the entire driver of higher housing prices. It's also
be confident.
the regulatory regime of Kamala Harris. Look, we are a country of builders. We're a country
Maybe
of doers.
I don't know.
We're a
I
country
feel like-
of explorers.
I feel like that was a
But
lack
we
of confidence
increasingly
showing.
have a federal administration that makes it harder to develop our resources, makes it harder to build things, and wants to throw people in jail for not doing
Okay, maybe it's just
everything
me. Maybe it's just
exactly
me.
as Kamala Harris says they have to do. And what that means is that you have a lot of people who would love to build homes who aren't able to build homes. I actually agree with Tim Walz. We should get out of this idea of housing as a commodity. But the thing that has most turned housing into a commodity is giving it away to millions upon millions of people who have no legal right to be here.
What?
What are the federal regulations? I deal with this as a governor.
You can very quickly reply.
I'm sorry. I get this as a governor, and I don't necessarily disagree with that, that in some cases, many of those are local, many of them are state. I don't know which ones are federal, but I think whenever we talk regulations, people think they can get rid of them. I think you want to be able to get out of your house in a fire. I think you want to make sure that it's fireproof and those types of things. So which are the regulations? Because the vice president's not responsible for those. Congress writes those.
Governor, thank
True.
you, gentlemen.
Good point.
We have a lot to get to. You're passionate about the housing crisis, I can tell. But Nora?
Thank you. One of the top problems facing Americans is the high cost of health care. Senator Vance.
Let's
At the last
go.
presidential debate,
Come
former President
on,
Trump
Walls,
was asked
please,
about replacing
please.
the Affordable Care Act. In response, he said, I have concepts of a plan. Since then, Senator, you've talked about changing how chronically ill Americans get health insurance. Can you explain how that would work? And can you guarantee that Americans with pre-existing conditions won't pay more? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, of course, we're going to cover Americans with pre-existing conditions. In fact, a lot of my family members have gotten health care. I believe, members of my family actually got private health insurance, at least for the first time, switched off of Medicaid onto private insurance for the first time under Donald Trump's leadership. And I think that, a lot of people have criticized this concepts of a plan remark. Look, it's very simple common sense. I think it's Tim Walz knows from 12 years
He doesn't have
in
a fucking
Congress.
plan.
You're not going to propose a 900-page bill standing on a debate stage. It would bore everybody to tears.
Give us the
actually
concept
mean
then.
anything
If you have
because part of this
concepts,
is
give us the
give and take of
concept.
bipartisan negotiation. Now, when Donald Trump was actually president, and again, he has a record to be
Summarize
proud of,
it.
prescription drugs fell in 2018 for the first time in a very long time. Under Kamala Harris's leadership, prescription drugs are up about 7%. Under Donald Trump's entire 4 years, they were up about 1.5%. He introduced pricing transparency. Think about healthcare. You go into a hospital, you try to buy something, and nobody knows what it actually costs. That price transparency will actually give American consumers a little bit more choice and will also drive down costs. And we talked about, the reinsurance regulations is what I was talking about. Look, Donald Trump has said that if we allow states to experiment a little bit on how to cover both the chronically ill but the non-chronically ill, it's not just a plan. He actually implemented some of these regulations when he was president of the United States. And I think you can make a really good argument that it salvaged Obamacare, which was doing disastrously until Donald Trump came along. And I think this is an important point about President Trump. Of course, you don't have to agree with everything that President Trump has ever said or ever done, but when Obamacare was crushing under the weight of its own regulatory burden and healthcare costs, Donald Trump could have destroyed the program. Instead, he worked in a bipartisan way to ensure that Americans had access to affordable care. It's not perfect, of course, and there's so much more that we can do, but I think that Donald Trump has earned the right to put in place some better health care policies. He's earned it because he did it successfully the first time.
Governor?
All right, here's where being an old guy gives you some history. I was there at the creation of the ACA.
Story time,
And the reason it
kiddos.
was so important is I come from a major healthcare state, home of the Mayo Clinic, home to Medical Alley, 3M, Medtronic, all of those. We understand healthcare. It's why we're ranked first on affordability and accessibility and quality of healthcare. And so what I know is under Kamala Harris, more people are covered than they have before. And those of you listening, this is critical to you. Now, Donald Trump all of a sudden wants to go back and remember this. He ran on the first thing he was going to do on day one was to repeal Obamacare. On day one, he tried to sign an executive order to repeal the ACA. He signed on to a lawsuit to repeal the
ACA was
but lost at
terrible.
the
Like
Supreme
before
Court.
the ACA, it was
And
terrible.
he would have repealed the ACA
For people with pre-existing
had it not been for the
conditions.
courage of
Absolutely
John McCain
abysmal.
to save that bill. Now, fast forward, what that means to you is you lose your pre-existing conditions. If you're sitting at home and you got asthma, too bad. If you're a woman, probably not. Broke your foot during football, might kick you out. Your kids get kicked out when they're 26. Kamala Harris negotiated drug prices for the first time with Medicare. We have 10 drugs that will come online, the most common ones that'll be there. But look, this issue, and when Donald Trump said, I've got a concept of a plan, it cracked me up as a fourth grade teacher because my kids would have never given me that. But what Senator Vance just explained might be worse than a concept because what he explained is pre-Obamacare. And I'll make this as simple as possible because I have done this for a long time. What they're saying is, if you're healthy, why should you be paying more? So what they're going to do is let insurance companies pick who they insure because guess what happens? You pay your premium, it's not much. They figure they're not going to have to pay out to you. But those of you a little older, gray, got cancer, you're going to get kicked out of it. That's why the system didn't work. Kamala Harris will protect and enhance the ACA.
Governor, thank you. Senator, you have not yet explained how you would protect people with pre-existing conditions or laid out that plan.
Well, look, we currently have laws and regulations in place right now that protect people with pre-existing conditions. We want to keep those regulations in place, but we also want to make the health insurance marketplace function a little bit better. Now, what Governor Walz just said is actually not true. A lot of what happened and the reason that Obamacare was crushing under its own weight is that a lot of young and healthy people were leaving the exchanges. Donald Trump actually helped address that problem, and he did so in a way that preserved people's access to coverage who had pre-existing conditions. But again, something that these guys do is they make a lot of claims about if Donald Trump becomes president, all of these terrible consequences are going to ensue. But in reality, Donald Trump was president, inflation was low, take-home pay was higher, and he saved the very program from a Democratic administration that was collapsing and would have collapsed absent his leadership. He did his job, which is govern in a bipartisan way and get results, not just complain about problems, but actually solve them.
Governor, did enrollment under the Affordable Care Act go up under the Trump administration?
It's higher now that we've seen it go up. Look, people are using it. The system works. And the question about this of young people or whatever, that's the individual mandate piece of this. And Republicans fought tooth and nail saying, well, Americans should be free to do this. Well, then what happens is... So you think the individual mandate's a good idea? You shrink. I think the idea of making sure the risk pool is broad enough to cover everyone, that's the only way insurance works. When it doesn't, it collapses. You are asking pre-ACA where we get people out. Look, people know that they need to be on health care. People expect it to be there. And when we are able to make it, and we are making it this way, when we incentivize people to be in the market, when we help people who might not be able to afford it get there, and we make sure then when you get sick and old, it's there for you. Because I heard people say, well, I don't want to buy into Medicare or whatever. Good luck buying health care once you get past 70. So look, the ACA works. We can continue to do better. Kamala Harris did that. The way she made everything better was negotiating those 10 drugs on Medicare for the first time in American history.
Thank you. Margaret?
Can I address that?
I apologize. We're out of time. We have a number of subjects to discuss.
Shut the fuck up.
Let's talk about families in
Get
America.
out of here.
There is a child care crisis in this country, and the United States is one of the very few developed countries in the world without a national paid leave program for new parents. Governor Walz, you said that if Democrats win both the White House and Congress, this is a day one priority for you. How long should employers be required to pay workers while they are home taking care of their newborns? You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, that's negotiable, and that's what Congress works. But here's what the deal is. Americans sitting out there right now, you may
How about
work
a
for a big
livable
company.
fucking
We're
wage?
home
Let's
in
start
Minnesota
there.
to some of the largest Fortune 500 companies. Kamala Harris knows that in California. Those companies provide paid family and medical leave. One is, I think they're moral and they think it's a good thing, but it also keeps their employees healthy. We in Minnesota passed
JD
a
Vance
paid
is going
family
to dodge
medical
the
leave.
fuck
You have
out
a
of
child,
this.
You
watch.
And I had to go back to work 5 days after my kids were born. This allows you to stay home a certain amount of time. What we know is that gets the child off to a better start. The family works better. We stay in their employers. We get more consistency in that. So Kamala Harris has made it a priority. We implemented it in Minnesota, and we see growth. That's how you become a pro-business state. But the negotiations on it, and here's the issue. Those big companies are able to offer it. Those of you out there who don't have it, just imagine what happens if you get cancer or your child gets sick. We know what happens. You end up staying home. In some cases, that means no paycheck because you've got no protection on that. This is the case of an economy that Donald Trump has set for the wealthiest amongst us. He's willing to give those tax breaks to the wealthiest. He's willing to say, bust those unions up, do whatever. What we're saying is the economy works best when it works for all of us. And so a paid family medical leave program, and I will tell you, go to the families or go to the businesses and ask them. As far as childcare on this, you have to take it at both the supply and the demand side. You can't expect the most important people in our lives to take either our children or our parents to get paid the least amount of money. And we have to make it easier for folks to be able to get into that business and then to make sure that folks are able to pay for that. We were able to do it in Minnesota, and I'm still telling you this. We were listed as the best state. We're still in crisis on this. A federal program of paid family and medical leave and help with this will enhance our workforce, enhance our families, and make it easier to have the children that you want.
Governor, your time is up. Senator,
answer.
do you support a national paid leave program? And if so, for how long should employers be mandated to pay their employees while they are home taking care of their newborn? You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, first of all, Margaret, a number of my Republican colleagues and some Democrats, too, have worked on this issue. And I think there is a bipartisan solution here because a lot of us care about this issue. I mean, look, I speak from this very personally because I'm married to a beautiful woman who is an incredible mother to our 3 beautiful kids, but is also a very, very brilliant corporate litigator. And I'm so proud of her. But being a working mom, even for somebody with all of the advantages of my wife, is extraordinarily difficult. And it's not just difficult from a policy perspective. She actually had access to paid family leave because she worked for a bigger company, but the cultural pressure on young families and especially young women, I think makes it really hard for people to choose the family model they want. A lot of young women would like to go back to work immediately. Some would like to spend a little time home with the kids. Some would like to spend longer at home with the kids. We should have
You should give them the option then.
Makes choice possible. And I think this is a very important substantive difference between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris's approach. I mean, look, if you look at the federal programs that we have that support paid family leave right now, the Community Development Block Grant, and there's another block grant program that spends a lot of money from the federal government. These programs only go to one kind of childcare model. Let's say you'd like your church maybe to help you out with childcare. Maybe you live in a rural area or an urban area and you'd like to get together with families in your neighborhood to provide childcare in the way that makes the most sense. You don't get access to any of these federal monies. We want to promote choice in how we deliver family care.
Yeah, because the church isn't federally regulated.
Because look, it is unacceptable. And, you know, of course, Tim and I have been on the campaign trail a lot the past 7 or 8 weeks. And one of the biggest complaints I hear from young families is people who feel like they don't have options, like they're choosing between going to work or taking care for their kids. That is an incredible burden to put on American families.
They could abuse your fucking kids at the church. The federal government has no jurisdiction over that.
Senator, thank you. You have also said, Senator Vance, many things about the American family. The Federal Reserve says parents will spend nearly as much on child care as they do on housing each month. So I want to get your thoughts on this. President Trump recently said, as much as child care is talked about as being expensive, it's relatively speaking not very expensive compared to the kinds of numbers we'll be taking in.
Tisk, tisk.
Is President Trump committed to the $5,000 per child tax credit that you have described? You have 1 minute.
Well, what President Trump said, Margaret, I just want to defend my running mate here a little bit, is that we're going to be taking in a lot of money by penalizing companies for shipping jobs overseas and penalizing countries who employ slave laborers and then ship their products back into our country and undercut the wages of American workers. It's the heart of the Donald Trump economic plan. Cut taxes for American workers and American families. Cut taxes for businesses that are hiring and building companies in the United States of America, but penalize companies and countries that are shipping jobs overseas. That's the heart of the economic proposal. And I think what President Trump is saying is that when we bring in this additional revenue with higher economic growth, we're going to be able to provide paid family leave, childcare options that are viable and workable for a lot of American families.
Why should we believe that you will?
Can you clarify how that will solve the child care shortage?
Well, because as Tim said, a lot of the child care shortage is we just don't have enough resources going into the multiple people who could be providing family care options. And we're going to have to, unfortunately, look, we're going to have to spend more money. We're going to have to induce more people to want to provide child care options for American families, because the reason it's so expensive right now is because you've got way too few people providing this very essential service.
Thank you, Senator. Governor Walz, your ticket
it's expensive
also has some child care tax credit
because corporations who own these child care businesses are
credit for newborns and $3,000
milking
credit
parents
for
for all
children
their
over
work.
the age of 6, as your campaign has promised. Is that realistic?
Well, if these members of Congress are listening to anybody, I can tell you, and this is the biggest issue.
Yes, that's
Everybody
realistic.
listening tonight knows. I mean, I'm sure they were shocked to hear it's not that expensive. And let's be clear, whether it's $5,000 or $6,000, that pays you about 3 or 4 months. Let's be clear of where we're at on this. It's because we got out of an imbalance on this. We thought we were going to get by not paying people. I don't think Senator Vance and I are that far apart. I'm not opposed to what he's talking about on options. We've done scholarships types of things. I think we need to be open to making the case. But the issue here is, the question you asked is, You're not going to pay for it with these tariffs. That's just adding another $4,000 on the family and taking less. So not only do they not get the money to pay for that, they're $4,000 in the hole. That's Wharton School. That's his alma mater. And so I think the issue here is, if those members of Congress, I can't believe they're not. When I go to businesses, sure, they'll talk about taxes sometime, but they will lead with childcare and they will lead with housing, because we know the problem is, especially in a state like Minnesota, we need more workers because our economy is growing, but we need the workforce.
Governor, thank you. We need to move on. Nora?
Let's
talk about the state of democracy, the top issue for Americans after the economy and inflation. After the 2020 election, President Trump's campaign and others filed 62 lawsuits contesting the results. Judges, including those appointed by President Trump and other Republican presidents, looked at the evidence and said there was no widespread fraud. The governors of every state in the nation, Republicans and Democrats, certified the 2020 election results and
I'll be honest, I don't completely understand the tariffs thing.
electors to Congress for January 6th. Senator Vance, you have said you would not have certified the last presidential election and would have asked the states to submit alternative electors. That has been called unconstitutional and illegal. Would you again seek to challenge this year's election results, even if every governor certifies the results? I'll give you 2 minutes.
First of all, I think that we're focused on the future. We need to figure out how to solve the inflation crisis caused by Kamala Harris's policies, make housing affordable, make groceries affordable, and that's what we're focused on. But I want to answer your question because you did ask it. Look, what President Trump has said is that there were problems in 2020, and my own belief is that we should fight about those issues, debate those issues peacefully in the public square, and that's all I've said, and that's all that Donald Trump has said. Remember, he said that on January the 6th, the protesters ought to protest peacefully.
Right, he said he lost, or he won the election.
Joe Biden became the president. Donald Trump left the White House, and now, of course, unfortunately, we have all of the negative policies that have come from the Harris-Biden administration. I believe that we actually do have a threat to democracy in this country, but unfortunately, it's not the threat to democracy that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz want to talk about. It is the threat of censorship. It's Americans casting aside lifelong friendships because of disagreements over politics. It's big technology companies silencing their fellow citizens.
I don't think you should be allowed an abortion.
That rather than debate and persuade her fellow Americans,
we can't be breaking friendships over that.
Engage in misinformation. I think that is a much bigger threat to democracy than anything that we've seen in this country.
That's not democracy.
In the last 40 years.
That's freedom of speech, which is not inherently
given that I was raised
democracy
by two
thing.
lifelong blue-collar Democrats, to have the endorsement
They're
of Bobby
concepts.
Kennedy Jr. and Tulsi Gabbard, lifelong leaders in the Democratic coalition. And of course, they don't agree with me and Donald Trump on every issue. We don't have to agree on every issue, but we're united behind a basic American First Amendment principle that we ought to debate our differences. We ought to argue about them. We ought to try to persuade our fellow Americans. Kamala Harris
I
is
think
engaged
women
in
should have
censorship
rights. You
at
don't.
An industrial scale. She
You
did
know,
it during
it's
COVID.
fine.
She's done it over a number of other issues, and that to me is a much bigger threat to democracy than what Donald Trump said when he said that protesters should peacefully protest on January the 6th.
Governor?
Well, I've enjoyed tonight's debate.
no
I think there was a
pushback.
lot of commonality here, and I'm sympathetic to
Didn't answer
misspeaking
the
on
question.
things, and I think I might have with the senator. But
me too, man.
There's one though that this one is troubling to me, and I say that because I think we need to tell the story. Donald Trump refused to acknowledge this, and the fact is that I don't think we can be the frog in the pot and let the boiling water go up. He was very clear. I mean, he lost this election, and he said he didn't. 140 police officers were beaten at the Capitol that day, some with the American flag, several later died. And it wasn't just in there. In Minnesota, a group gathered on the state capitol grounds in St. Paul and said, we're marching to the governor's residence and there may be casualties.
I know what a
The only
tariff
person there
is.
was
I
my
just don't
son
know
and his
how
dog,
it
who
would.
was rushed out crying by state police.
Like, I don't completely understand the logistics behind why it would
That
negatively
issue,
impact us.
and Mike Pence standing there as they were chanting, hang Mike Pence. Mike Pence made the right decision. So, Senator, it was adjudicated over and over and over. I worked with kids long enough to know, and I said as a football coach, sometimes you really want to win, but the democracy is bigger than winning an election. You shake hands, and then you try and do everything you can to help the other side win. That's what was at stake here. Now, the thing I'm most concerned about is the idea that imprisoning your political opponents, already laying the groundwork for people not accepting this. And a president's words matter. A president's words matter. People
I see.
hear that.
Thank you, Davini.
So I think this issue of settling our differences at the ballot box, shaking hands when we lose, being honest about it, but to deny what happened on January 6th, the first time in American history that a president or anyone tried to overturn a fair election and the peaceful transfer of power. And here we are 4 years later in the same boat. I will tell you this.
He
that
shouldn't
when
even be
this is
allowed to
over,
run. The
we
guy
need
should
to
not be
shake
allowed to
hands
run.
this election, and the winner needs to be the winner. This has got to stop. It's tearing our country apart.
Margaret? Senator Vance, did you want to respond to that?
Yeah, well, look, Tim, first of all, it's really rich for Democratic leaders to say that Donald Trump is a unique threat to democracy when he peacefully gave over power on January the 20th, as we have done for 250 years in this country. We are going to shake hands after this debate
After
and
the
after
insurrection.
this election. And of course, I hope that we win, and I think we're going to win. But
He
if Tim
attempted
Walz
an
is the next
insurrection.
vice president, he'll have my prayers, he'll have my best wishes, and he'll have my help whenever he wants it. But we have to remember that for years in this country, Democrats protested the results of elections. Hillary Clinton in 2016.
Yeah, because there was the
said that
popular
Donald Trump
vote.
had the election stolen by Vladimir Putin because the Russians bought like $500,000 worth of Facebook ads. This has been going on for a long time. And if we
When
want to say
Democrats
that we need
protest
to
election
respect the
results,
of
it's because the
election,
popular
I'm on
fucking
board.
vote says
But
that
if
the
we wanna
Democrats
say,
should have
as Tim
won.
Walz is saying that this is just a problem that
But we have a
Republicans have
broken
had,
ass system.
I don't buy that.
Governor.
January 6th was not Facebook ads. And I think a revisionist history on this. Look, I
True. Go
don't
off, King.
understand how we got to this point. But the issue was that happened. Donald Trump can do it. And all of us say there's no place for this. It has massive repercussions. This idea that there's censorship to stop people from threatening to kill someone, threatening to do something, that's not censorship. Censorship is book banning.
Yeah, and Hillary
We've
Clinton
seen
did
that. We've seen that brought up.
accept the results.
I just think for everyone tonight, and I'm going to thank Senator Vance. I think this is the conversation they want to hear. And I think there's a lot of agreement, but this is one that we are miles apart on. This was a threat to our democracy in a way that we had not seen. And it manifested itself because of Donald Trump's inability to say. He is still saying he didn't lose the election. I would just ask that. Did he lose the 2020 election?
Tim, I'm focused on the
Good
future.
question.
Did Kamala Harris
He won't
censor
answer.
Americans from
He
speaking
won't
their
answer.
mind in
He
the
won't
wake
answer
of
it.
the 2020 COVID
Look.
situation?
That is
Has she tried to-
that is a damning non-answer.
Has she? It's a damning non-answer. For
Get
you to
him!
Talk about
Dude,
censorship.
drag him.
Obviously, Donald Trump
Drag
and I think there were
him.
problems in 2020. We've talked about
Just
it.
be a
I'm happy
fucking
to talk
human
about it
being,
further,
man. Answer the
but
question,
guys
you
attack
lizard.
us for not believing in democracy. The most sacred
You
right of
slimy
United
fucking
States
reptile,
democracy is
man.
the First Amendment. You yourself have said there's no First Amendment right to misinformation. Kamala Harris wants to use the
threatening or
power
hate
of
speech.
government and big tech to silence people from speaking their minds. That is a threat to democracy that will long outlive this present political moment. I would like Democrats and
Could not
Republicans to
answer.
both
Could
reject
not answer.
censorship. Let's persuade one another. Let's argue.
That has
about
nothing to
ideas,
do
and
with
then
what's
let's
been
come
talked
together
about.
afterwards.
You can't yell fire in a crowded theater. That's the test. That's the Supreme
Damn,
Court test.
true.
Tim, fire in a crowded theater. You guys wanted to kick people off of Facebook for saying that toddlers shouldn't
Senator,
wear
the
masks.
governor does
That's
have the
not
floor.
Fire in a crowded theater. That is criticizing the policies of the government, which is the right of every American.
Senator, the governor does have the floor for 1 minute to respond to you.
Yeah, well,
Nice.
I don't run Facebook. What I do know is I see a candidate out there.
Yeah, it's a
who
private
refused,
fucking
and now
corporation.
again, and this, I'm pretty shocked by this. He lost the election. This is not a debate. It's not anything anywhere other than in Donald Trump's world. Because look, when Mike Pence made that decision
He cooked him,
to certify
dude.
that election, that's why Mike Pence isn't on this stage. What I'm concerned about is
True.
where is the firewall with Donald Trump? Where is the firewall if he knows he could do anything, including taking an election, and his vice president's not going to stand to it? That's what we're asking you, America. Will you stand up? Will you keep your oath of office, even if the president doesn't? And I think Kamala Harris would agree. She wouldn't have picked me if she didn't think I would do that, because of course that's what we would do. So America, I think you've got a really clear choice on this election of who's going to honor that democracy and who's going to honor Donald Trump.
Governor, your time is up.
He
Thank you,
cooked
gentlemen.
him there. Holy
we will
shit.
be right back
That was
with
incredible.
both of our candidates. The CBS
That was
News
beautiful.
Vice Presidential debate continues.
I thought that was perfectly executed by Tim Walz. I thought that up to this point they were about even, but I think with that, Tim Walz just snatched it. I think Tim Walz absolutely slayed him there. Like I said, roughly even up until that point. I still, like, my personal bias is toward Walz. But, like, I honestly thought JD Vance would flounder a little bit more, but he's actually holding frame. That one was rough, though. That one was really rough. He could not hold frame for that. He didn't answer the question affirmatively or negatively. All right, we got about 3 minutes. I'm going to take this 3 minutes to take a mental break. I know that we just got the conclusion of the debate, but I'll be right back. 3 minutes, go get your snackies and do your tinkles and whatever else.
Alec Hunter is here to stay. Alec Hunter knows the way. Alec Hunter, king of crochet. Alec Hunter will make your day. Alec Hunter is here to stay. Alec Hunter knows the way. Alec Hunter, king of crochet. Alec Hunter will make your day. Rap about a man named Alec Hunter, tricking this girl and I straight up Alec stumped her. Holding crossbow like he's literally Alec Hunter. Passing a football, called this dude Alec Hunter. When he's doing bad, he is trash like Alec Dumpster. Wife is literally cheating, so Alec go confront her.
All right, I'm back.
About stuff he's doing and Alec wonder. Shooting lightning from his fingers like he's Alec Thunder. Alec Hunter is here.
Back to this shit.
And we are back with tonight's vice presidential debate.
When it ends, join us right here, analysis. But now, back to the debate.
That would have been amazing, Vinny. I think he could have stood to go a little bit harder,
Welcome
to be
back
honest.
to CBS News vice presidential debate. It is now time for the closing statement. Senator Vance won the virtual coin toss and elected to go last. So, Governor Walz, you are first. You have 2 minutes.
Of course.
Well, thank you, Senator Vance. Thank you to CBS News. And most importantly, thank you to all of you. If you're still up and the folks who miss Dancing with Our Stars, I appreciate it. But look, the support of the democracy matters. It matters that you're here. And I'm as surprised as anybody.
He's so
of
charming.
this coalition that Kamala Harris has built, from Bernie Sanders to Dick Cheney to Taylor Swift, and a whole bunch of folks in between there. And they don't all agree on everything, but they are truly optimistic people. They believe in a positive future of this country and one where our politics can be better than it is. And I have to tell you, that better than it is the sense of optimism that there can be an opportunity economy that works for everyone, not just to get by, but to get ahead. And the idea that freedom really means something. Not the freedom of government to be in your bedroom or exam room, but the freedom for you to make choices about yourself. Now, look, we all know who Donald Trump is. He's told us, and as Maya Angelou said,
I agree,
believe
Wolfie
him when he
Zaps.
told you that. His first inaugural address talked about American carnage, and then he spent 4 years trying to maybe do that. Senator
This
Vance
week,
tonight
he
made
lost.
it clear he will stand with Donald Trump's agenda. He will continue to push down that road. Excuse me. Kamala Harris gives us a different option. Now, I'll have to tell you.
He should have brought
I'm
up
gonna be
Project
careful about the
2025
quotes,
more.
But there's one that Senator Vance said that does resonate with me. He said, Donald Trump makes the people I care about afraid. A lot of America feels that way. We don't need to be afraid. Franklin Roosevelt was right. All we have to fear is fear itself. Kamala Harris is bringing us a new way forward. She's bringing us a politics of joy. She's bringing real solutions for the middle class, and she's centering you at the heart of that. All the while asking everyone, join this movement, make your voices heard. Let's look for a new day where everybody gets that opportunity and everybody gets a chance to thrive. I humbly ask for your vote on November 5th for Kamala Harris.
Governor Walz,
Okay,
thank
decent,
you. Senator
decent.
Vance, your closing statement.
2025 is a
Governor
losing
Walz,
point. I disagree.
You folks at CBS and, of course, the American people for tuning in this evening. And one of the issues we didn't talk about was energy. And I remember when I was being raised by my grandmother.
Dude, you could not
when she didn't
fucking
have
stop
enough money
talking
to
about
turn on the
energy.
heat some nights because Ohio gets pretty cold at night.
All you talked
and
about.
Because money was often very tight. And I believe, as a person who wants to be your next vice president, that we are a rich and prosperous enough country where every American, whether they're rich or poor, ought to be able to turn on their heat in the middle of a cold winter night. That's gotten more difficult thanks to Kamala Harris's energy policies. I believe that whether you're rich or poor, you ought to be able to afford a nice meal for your family. That's gotten harder because of Kamala Harris's policies. I believe that whether you're rich or poor, you ought to be able to afford to buy a house. You ought to be able to live in safe neighborhoods. You ought to not have your communities flooded with fentanyl, and that too has gotten harder with because of Kamala Harris's policies. Now, I've been in politics long enough to do what Kamala Harris does when she stands before the American people and says that on day one, she's going to work on all these challenges I just listed. She's been the vice president for 3.5 years. Day
She has
one
no
was
legislative
1,400
power.
days ago, and her policies have made these problems worse. Now, I believe that we have the most beautiful
Republican
country
fucking
in the
Senate
world. I
won't
meet
let her do
people on the
anything
campaign
anyway.
trail who can't afford food.
I really hope there's
but
a blue
have
wave,
the
man.
grace and
I'm praying
generosity
for it.
to ask me how I'm doing and to tell me they're praying for my family. What that has taught me is that we have the greatest country, the most beautiful country, the most incredible people anywhere in the world. But they're not going to be able to achieve their full dreams with the broken leadership that we have in Washington. They're not going to be able to live their American dream if we do the same thing that we've been doing for the last 3.5 years. We need change. We need a new direction. We need a president who has already done this once before and did it well.
When we get off of
Please
that.
vote for Donald Trump. And whether you vote for me or vote for Tim Walz, I just want to say I'm so proud to be doing this, and I'm rooting for you. God bless you, and good night.
Senator Vance, thank you. And thank you both for participating
All right,
in
I think
the
that's
only
it.
vice presidential debate of this election cycle. I'm Margaret Brennan.
And I'm Nora O'Donnell. And a reminder, there are just 35 days until Election Day.
All righty.
And vote, and for all of
There you
us
have
here
it.
at CBS News, thank you and good night.
I thought Walz did a really good job, all things considered.
A handshake, and that's the end. Tim Walz, J.D. Vance squaring off for about 90 minutes in the heart of Midtown Manhattan, the CBS News studios, as their families come out to greet
I thought Walz did a pretty good job. I think that honestly he could have done with bringing up Project 2025 more. R in the YouTube chat is saying that won't sway anyone who's undecided. I disagree. I think that pushing the fact that JD Vance is deeply integrated with Project 2025 would have been a winner. I think that would have been a winner. I think, yeah, what they're saying on the news right now is, oh, it didn't get nasty or heated or anything.
It was earnest.
Yeah.
Moments of kind of congeniality and collegiality.
There were a number of moments.
I guess if that's what the people were looking for. That was bogus. Let's blame Harris for things she had no control over. Yeah, he kept doing that. And honestly, I'll be honest, guys, that's a good talking point. Like, it feels like Kamala Harris, as the vice president, should be able to do some things sometimes. But the reality is she really can't. So, like, it works as a talking point, unfortunately, because it's a lie. Like, it's based on a lying premise. So, it is what it is. But like I said, Walz did great. I thought that he really, like, they were pretty much neck and neck until the moment that Walz stuck him with, did Trump lose the election? And Vance could not confirm nor deny that Trump lost the election. So that was pretty damning, as Walz said. But yeah, like I said, I like somebody else in chat was saying, like, this won't sway anybody, really. I don't know. I mean, I can't imagine there are voters who were swayed one way or the other by this debate. Honestly, it was just I guess it was just a demonstration of policy, reminder that the race is still going on, obviously, of what's at stake. It was a reminder. It was just a reminder. That's basically all it amounts to. Also, I thought it was really weak. Like, really weak when Vance was like, I thought we weren't doing fact-checking. Dude. And also, I want to say, very weak as a nation that we've gotten to that point. Where we literally have to capitulate to the other side by, like, saying, oh, don't worry, sweetie, we won't fact-check you. We won't, like, make sure that the things you're saying are factual in nature. And you're not lying, right? You said you wouldn't call out my lies. Yeah, okay, dude. I wish they'd have fact-checked everything. And then Walz was like, well, I guess we agreed to not fact check, I guess. He's just like, okay, whatever. Yeah, moderators really should have more teeth. Yeah, I agree. I'm kind of glad it didn't get crazy. It is a sign that politics won't just be drama theater in the future, and that it's Trump that causes such degeneracy in politics. Yeah, but like, that's a liberal way of looking at it, man. That's very liberal of you to say that. Because politics should be passionate. Politics should be fired up, okay? It should be. And I know that we're tired of it, and we're used to politics being this lackluster slug of you know, like ideas that people don't care about and talking points people don't care about or don't have the time to pay attention to. But politics is like everything, man. It really is. Because politics is healthcare. Politics is children eating. Politics is women having the right over their own bodies to do what they need to or want to with it. Okay? It's trans people having the right over their own bodies. It's gay people being allowed to do what they want in their own bedrooms and in their own time. Right? Like, without hurting anybody else. It's people overseas not being bombarded with violence. It's all kinds of things. It's being able to afford a house. It's being able to afford groceries. It's being able to afford your medical bills. It's being able to be guaranteed a roof over your head, food in your mouth, and the doctor. Just everything that I just said, basically. That's politics. So when you say politics won't just be drama theater, I just find that very liberal. It should be fired up. It's really important. Sorry, I'm not upset at you or anything. That brought something out in me. Anyway, like I said, I do wish that Walz would have gone a little bit harder. But other than that, I thought that he did a stellar job. I thought that, nothing happened that would sway anybody's opinion in this debate. And that's about all there is to it. What's your favorite coffee? A white chocolate mocha. Delicious. Which is basically just a dessert, but hey. All right, let's see who's live. I'm tired. I got work in the morning. We'll raid into Shark. Shark does not allow raiding on YouTube, so I'm just going to copy the link for you guys. Get over there. Okay. Thank you guys so much for watching. Appreciate all of you being here. Love you all. I have to go to bed pretty soon here. Had a fun time. Glad we got to watch the debate together, do some react segments. Love being with you guys, whatever. And yeah, that's about all I got. So take care, and I'll see you guys probably on Friday. Good night, everybody.